Evening, everyone. This is the June 24th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission in the town of New Canaan. We have a number of applications to go through, some of which we've heard before, some of which are new. We'll go through them as per the agenda. Call attendance real quick for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen.
Here.
John Kriz.
Here.
Chris Herring. Nope. John Engel. Nope. Paul Knag. Alan Swerdlow.
Here.
Great. Tom Benton.
Here.
Eric Knowles.
Here.
And then Bill Pratt.
Here.
Great. Bill, you'll be seated tonight. Christina Larson and Megan are out, right? Yeah. So we have 7. All right. First, we're on the agenda. This is a continuation, Burtis and Cherry, administrative approval of a modification to the special permit and site plan approval dated November 9th, 2022, pursuant to section 4.3.d.1, 6.12, and 7.6. to make minor alterations to the facades of select buildings and alter the size of certain units in Business A zone at 11 Burtis Ave. Who do we have for this application? Press the button, hold that button until it turns. Yep.
Sorry. Peter Surratt from Replace Urban Studio. I'm sitting in for my partner, Philip Palmgren, who's your manager, but I'm apologizing. He had a heat-related event happen. His child's high school graduation was scheduled for the morning and got moved to a cooler time. So I'm stepping in on his behalf.
Understood.
And I'm Russell Kraus with Ventana One, the developer.
Okay.
Is it right to share my screen? So I want to thank everyone for coming on this hot evening and giving us an opportunity to just talk about this project a little bit. Apologies for our last presentation. I think we handed off to our construction people and it caused a little bit of confusion with the assignment. So I hope today to clear up any confusion and just quickly walk through the changes we're proposing. Just would like to familiarize, just to bring people back in the time machine and get where we were before. This is a rendering looking down Burtis towards Cherry Street. You can see the proposed development past the picture frame shop here. This is the corner of Cherry Street and Burtis looking westward towards the development. This is standing on Cherry looking north at what would be the townhouse portion of the development.
And these are new renderings.
These
correct?
are the same renderings. And I'm going to show you the differences. I just wanted to make sure they're very minor, but we'll track each change. So there's no change in materials or these renderings. I'll show you, just want to familiarize baseline where you guys were and what you saw before.
Yeah.
This is the Burtis Avenue elevation that you went through in great detail in our application process. And this is the sort of Cherry elevation looking west. And this is the Cherry elevation looking due north. Today, I just want to be clear, I'm just going to be referring to buildings. I want to be clear when I say building, because there's multiple buildings in development. So A is the large multifamily on the corner of Cherry and Burtis. B is the smaller multifamily faces onto Burtis. And then there's 3 townhouses that face onto Cherry Street. That would be townhouses D, E, and F. Townhouse C sits within the development internally. So first I'm going to go through 4 series of changes. I'm going to do each one. We're going to record the difference in square footage as well as to market affordable and amenities. So we're always tracking that so you guys can see where we're proposing any changes. The first set of changes are really related to light and air. This sort of came out as after the approval process. As we advanced the interior design, some minor revisions came up that would improve the overall tenor of the project, we thought. I don't know if everyone can see this, but the first one is, I just want to make sure I don't miss any of my cheat sheet. A dormer here on building A, which is directly behind building F. It's a small dormer, same material, same configuration. We'll show you the elevation in a second as the other dormers. We removed a terrace on building B here, open terrace, and replaced it with a dormer. Again, the same material palette, same configuration, same design as every other dormer. We moved that terrace conceptually to be along this edge of the building A, adjacent to the picture frame shop. We also removed a terrace in the internal courtyard of B and added a dormer, once again, the same stylistically. And we removed a terrace in the back of building D. I'm going to show you these in elevation. We can go through so everyone can see the extent of it. This is the Burtis Avenue, what you can see from Burtis Avenue. The bubble here represents a change. It's a glass railing that wasn't there before, you would see on the corner. It's very faint. It'll be like the other glass railings on all the other terraces. Once again, there's no material changes, no palette. The exterior palette stays exactly the same. We just moved a couple of elements slightly around on the exterior. This is on Cherry, once again, looking due west. And you can see that the dormer we added to building A it would be in the distance a little bit back from the street line, backing onto this, this townhouse here. Again, same material changes. Lastly, this is the dormer you would see that we took out on building B. You'd be looking looking north on Cherry across the frontier lot to building B in the background, and you would see, instead of an open terrace, you would now see a dormer. Make sure I didn't miss anything in my notes. I believe that's everything. Yes. A second change we're proposing. There was an exterior elevator that came from the garage below in building A up to what would be the plaza level, the main floor of the complex. The elevator here, which is highlighted, could be seen from Cherry Street. We're proposing to move that inside the building and remove that build out from the street, so it's no longer apparent. As you can see in this results in, math first, a reduction of 63 square feet of amenity space, because we basically put it in the lobby. The reason we put it in the lobby is for security. In building B, we have a similar elevator. It goes from the garage for the public up into the lobby. And when we thought through the problem, to be honest, we realized that it wasn't a good security thing to have an elevator that could take you up into the center of the complex and not through a secure lobby entry. So we're proposing to move it into the center of the lobby, and then it could be through a control point. It's for security reasons. Again, this is the elevation as you've seen before. I'm circling with my awkwardly with my finger, swirling around what would be the elevator bulkhead. Here we remove it. We believe this results in a more symmetrical facade along Cherry Street and a definite security benefit for the development overall. Again, we believe this is a very minor change. It doesn't really change the tenor, the character, or the street presence of the building in any way, shape, or form. Next, I want to talk about the most significant of the changes we're proposing, and that is building C. Building C is, as I mentioned initially, is an interior townhouse that sits in the center of development. It is partially visible through basically drive lanes and side angles from the street. This one came up, this is important to track, and I want to make one note before I go on. Let's see if I have my math notes coming up. That the top screen here in purple, this is the design as you saw it before. It had an affordable unit on the lower level of it, and then above it had a market unit, which cantilevered out. So you can see the footprint on the lower level was smaller, and then the upper level is bigger. It's because the upper level is extended out over the drive lane. We're proposing to remove this unit from building C and move it into another building.
Remove which unit?
The affordable unit.
The affordable.
To be clear, sorry, thank you, Commissioner. to move it into the another building, building E. So what this results in is a reduction of market rate by 17 square feet, and the affordable, we're taking out 974 square feet of affordable from building C. We're going to move it to building F. One of our issues with this when we started working through the project, and one of the reasons we're proposing this change, is that we realized the inefficiency of having a small affordable on 2 floors there. We used a lot of space and stair. I'll just go back a slide to show that, because you can see here within the affordable unit, there was a stair that connected the 2 things, and it led to a lot of hallway circulation and really not an optimal thing. Plus, to be honest, the construction of the cantilever and all that was a little heroic and had cost implications we were not quite prepared to deal with. So we thought we could deal with 2 problems in one fell swoop by moving this into another building. I'll show you the elevation so you have an understanding of what it was, what you approved, and the change. So here is the building before. You can see that the heroic cantilever. You can see that was essentially a 3-story building. As it was approved, it was the total building height was 317 feet 1 inch. We're proposing to reduce the overall height down to 307 and 7 inches. That's a 9'6" reduction in bulk. So we're actually reducing the bulk on the site here. We're not increasing the bulk anywhere else. We're moving the units around inside. So the bulk is reducing in this one spot, and we're not adding bulk anywhere else other than the dormers and those minor changes we've shared with you previously. Now we're saying that this change, we've taken the unit that was in Townhouse C and we're relocating it to building B. So building B on the top is what was before.
Sorry, just to be clear, so
yes.
What remains of building C, Townhouse C,
is
that's going to be a market rate single unit?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And just looking, that's the plans on your slide 19, is that right?
Bear with me 1 second while I check. Yes, I believe that is correct. Yes, this is the plans to change as proposed in 19, and the existing plans, approved plans, are on slide 18. Is that any other question, Commissioner? Okay. So, per your request, when we go through these, we're just going to go through all the affordables, so we can see ones we haven't changed and the ones we're proposing to change. So there's an understanding of how all 3 affordable units sit in the development. So just to summarize, building B is affordable, no change. I will show you that. Stays exactly as was approved. Building E, it now has the affordable unit that was in building C. And building F, we made a minor change to the entry, which I'll show in a second. So here is the upper set of drawings, shows the approved plans, which was a single market unit with a garage in the base and a 3-story triplex above it, market base. We're proposing in the base to have an entry. This is to orient you guys, the top of the drawing here is towards Cherry Street. So an entry would be a separate entry for the affordable unit at grade off of Cherry Street. They would go up a few steps, approximately 5 steps, that would bring them into the purple you would see in the elevation label 7 on the bottom. And you come into the room and it's a single story, single level unit, which is more efficient. The other issue that came up when we were advancing the design is originally on the market unit, there was no way for the market unit to get to the lower level from the interior of the house. So you can see in the upper level that the only way to get there was through the elevator. There was no stair connection. So we added a stair into that unit, and that's the change to the market unit levels on this building. So to summarize, in building E, we took out 826 square feet of market and substituted 826 square feet of affordable unit.
So just to understand the procession here on the new building, the left plan is the lower level plan. To get into the affordable unit, you're coming in through that side door.
Correct.
And going up a half a story of steps
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes.
To the next level, which is first floor.
Yep.
And that's your affordable unit.
Correct.
But to get to the market rate unit, you're coming up the stairs facing Cherry Street up to that little
a vest-
vestibule.
A vestibule is the same entry, same stoop as before. It's just, they come in that, no change.
Yep.
And then they have a vestibule that have a stair that goes up into the unit, an elevator, and a stair that goes down.
So, okay, so the affordable unit's splitting the baby, right? You're
Well, yeah,
got a room downstairs and the rest of it on the upper two levels.
we have a entry on a half level below, and then the rest of the unit is on a single level. And then, so the purple is on the half level down.
Mhm.
And then you come up on the second drawing, in the middle drawing, a note labeled 7 on the bottom. You'd come up into a single floor unit, which would have a living, kitchen, dining area, a bathroom, laundry, and 2 bedrooms.
Mhm.
Again, the same room count, same configuration, just again moved into a different building.
So this is, sorry, this is a 826 square foot 2-bedroom unit.
Correct. And the difference, I would argue, largely is the difference of a communicating stair that linked, when it was on 2 floors, that linked the 2 units together. So that is why we have a loss of square footage. I don't think we have a qualitative loss of square footage. We have a loss of square footage because we were connecting 2 floors.
And the remaining market rate unit on the 3rd floor, are you considering that 3 bedrooms or 2?
I believe it's 3 bedrooms.
How small is that small bedroom?
I don't know the dimension off the top of my head, but I believe it is about, 8 feet. The overall building width is 22 feet. No, sorry, 24 feet. And so that'd be 3/4 of it. So it's approximately, 10 feet-ish. You're talking about the one in the lower right-hand corner,
Yeah.
of drawing 9 on the bottom? Yes.
Okay.
This is what the elevation looked like before. And with the changes, we've moved a couple of windows. I'd like to note that the windows that have changed occur primarily in slots between the buildings, meaning because these buildings sit next to each other and have an areaway essentially between them, on this number, elevation number 2, I'm going to go back. You can see we had a window configuration, 2 of which were readily visible from the street. And we've shifted and put a door down. That's the entry door into the affordable here that goes up, and we've sort of redistributed the windows on what would be the east side of the building. The south towards Cherry Street stays exactly the same. We added 1 window on the west facade, and we took out some doors because the affordable units down there below, and it's no longer part of the market that would enter onto this terrace here.
Is there any reason you wouldn't put some windows on the north elevation in the affordable unit?
The reason is it opens up onto the market terrace, and we did it for privacy reasons. They have windows to the side. They just don't have windows onto the terrace. May I go back to the plan to show?
Yeah.
Oops. So the windows would be onto this terrace, and if you're proposing if we add them to the market ones, but we're showing them on the sides here and here in lieu of window. So this remains more of a private place for the market unit, which has access to that. If you guys strongly feel there needs to be windows there, we would of course.
How does the market rate unit get to that terrace?
They would get to it through coming up through their unit. Here, I'll show you. Sorry, just to be clear, it's easier on plan. The terrace we're talking about is here, and they could get to it through this sort of slot between the buildings.
So they'll have to go outside.
Go outside. Yeah, it is an outside space, so we didn't feel that was a too onerous addition. Is that
Clear.
okay? So Sorry, did you have another question?
Nope, I was just confirming.
Any other questions, sir? No? Okay.
Just real
Yes.
quick, so it's a terrace just for the one unit that they access outside, or is it? a
Yeah, it's
public-
just for the market
public
unit
space?
above. It's not public space. It's dedicated to the market unit that sits on the upper two floors of the building. It's an amenity space for them only.
Um,
Lastly, in between, this is the multifamily and B, no change to this. I mean, sorry, correction. The affordable in the multifamily building B, no change to it. It's on the, what we call the plaza level, really the first floor on the corner. Vertis is on the bottom of the screen, and the entry drive down to the parking deck is on the left side.
So this is a 939 square foot, one bedroom unit.
Correct. No change to it. And then F, it's a similar thing. We had an entry on grade previously, and it would go up and into essentially a single level of affordable unit. You can see what we're proposing is essentially to shift the door slightly to it based on elevation into the entry on the lower left drawing, and a reconfiguration we did like we did in the other multifamily. We added a stair so that the market unit could get downstairs. So those are the changes. It results in an increase in the market unit of 135 square feet and a decrease in the affordable.
And just to go back, that's a
Yeah.
763 square foot, two bedroom unit.
Correct. And then I have a summary slide of all the math in the end, so I think it'll be clear at the end, but because there's a lot of stuff going on. Again, the elevations you can see, this is what we call the elevation number 2. The east elevation faces onto Cherry on the bend, and we're proposing several changes to the windows. You can see here we took what was before these slot windows and rearranged them and made them more like the standard profile window. Oops, sorry. And we moved the door. We also moved, based on comments we received in the last meeting, we moved the garage door for turning radiuses into the garage, what was on the west side to the east side of the building, so it's more readily accessible. Again, no changes to the main Cherry Street facade, no changes to the facade that faces north into the development. So here we have I think, an overview of the total bucketed by each of the changes, the 4 proposed changes, how they impact the residential and the amenity programs. So we're proposing an overall 698 square foot reduction in the overall development, 391 square feet of which is market rate, 244 square feet is affordable, and 63 square feet is amenity space, lobby space, essentially. I just wanted to end on this last image, which is the image, again, looking due west. And you can see it really shows the tenor of the changes in composite. You can see that the elevator is gone on the multifamily building A. You can see the dormer that we added back there. You can see the reduction in height in the bulk of building C. You can see the reconfiguration of the windows in the building D, E, and F. I think we believe this is a harmonious minor adjustment to the overall design tenor of the project, and we do not feel it departs from the spirit of the original design, and we respectfully ask for this to be approved.
So I'll just kick off, I guess, with a couple of comments. I'm sure the
Sure.
architects will have some comments, but number one, thank you for this presentation. This made it so much more clear than it was last time. So this was-
I had watched it from afar, and I was like, oh, it's a mess. So we
yeah,
tried to make it
so I
clear.
mean, thank you for doing this work. You did a great job. My only issue is when we get to the affordable units, I think in building F, the 2-bedroom, 763 square foot unit that doesn't make any sense. It's going to be too small as a 2-bedroom. And I know we gave you input at the very beginning on, we didn't want just 1 bedrooms. We wanted a mixture of 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms because we know that the larger or the more bedroom units tend to, fill a need here in New Canaan. So I'm wondering if there's any way to make building B, the 939 square foot 1 bedroom, a 2 bedroom, since you've got more square footage there, and turn the 763 square foot unit in building F into a 1 bedroom.
Sorry, can you say the second part?
Okay.
Large building B.
The one in building B
Yes.
is 939 square feet and it's a
Yep.
1 bedroom.
Okay,
So that's the biggest
yes. that
of
is
all
the
of your
biggest.
units, but it's a 1 bedroom. Or I'm sorry, the biggest of all of your affordable units,
It
and
is
it's a 1 bedroom.
We can make that into a 2 bedroom.
So if you could make that a 2 bedroom and the one in building F, which is the smallest of your 3 affordable units, which is currently a 2 bedroom, I think that would be better suited as a 1 bedroom.
We would be happy to do that.
I mean, I'll leave it up to other people's thoughts,
Happy-
but that was my initial.
That's a good suggestion.
Thank you. That's a great recommendation. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Commissioner Chris, the changes in the windows and the movement of some of the terraces and the dormers seem very reasonable to me, is my take. It's more, I don't see it changing the texture or the look of the property. In fact, I think some of the changes such as better windows, more harmonious windows, I think is an improvement. Frankly, I can understand why you want to move the terrace that was overlooking the parking lot. I kind of get that one. It's like the dumpster view in the hotel.
I wouldn't quite characterize that, but I understand where you're coming from.
That's my opinion, so I'm going to just state it. But I can understand.
Yeah, you understand.
If I were in
the
your
logic.
position, I think how would that show? So I don't have an issue with that. And I think the maintenance of the materials are fine. I sympathy with Commissioner Nielsen's point of view is that the biggest unit is a 1 bedroom. It was hard to me to wrap my mind around, particularly given the small size of the other one, and that swapping them out, you get this, I think that end up with the same bedroom count and slightly larger unit for the, I would assume, going to be more populated unit, which would be the 2 bedroom, which seems fine. And then the changes can be made, and yet you're just putting an interior wall in,
Yeah, we're
which
moving.
would seem to be a
partitions.
no-brainer,
We're
frankly.
happy to do that, Commissioner.
Just to confirm on my side, building F last time had the outside staircase. That was
Yes,
in
and-
question.
and-
That's
and-
now moved interior.
Yeah, and I'd like to apologize that was a study we were doing to try to deal with this connection between, and I don't think it should have been presented, to be honest. So that is no longer, there's no additional exterior staircase that you guys haven't seen.
That's great. Appreciate the change.
Also, I think the elimination of the exterior elevators seems to be I understand the security issue and having some box in the side of a prominent road is not the nicest thing. So I would see this as a net improvement, frankly, from what I've heard. So that seems to be a wise decision. And I get the security issue.
Yeah.
Commissioner Swerdlow, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm having a problem with audio today, but so if you can hear me, that's fine. So can you please go over the material list one more time and indicate what color you're using on the facades and the roof line as well as the baseline?
Sure, and Commissioner, I'd just like to note that we're not changing the approved palette in any way, but I'll be happy to go through that palette. I will start with the multifamilies, which is captured in these 2 slides. We have limestone as the primary facade material along Burtis Avenue. It's marked as A on these elevations. We have windows, which have a darker frame. Those are the B. In front of those windows in the lower portion, sort of making it almost a Juliet balcony, we have a ornamental metal, which will be finished in a dark color to match the window frames. The roof is a dark gray material, evocative of a lead coated, metal leaded roof. And we have a little bit of the stone wall, which is marked at E, that was originally there from the previous structure. We're restoring that, putting it on new backing and taking the rock and putting it back.
You have any, I'm sorry.
No, sorry, sir. What's your question?
Yeah, no, you're actually getting to it in G, so keep going.
Okay, so, and then you can see if you're looking at these other additional materials that pop up in a couple of spots, we have the Roman brick, which is of the townhouses, which is a whitish light color. We have, and we have the wood panels of that screen on the garage to allow ventilation and air into the garage. The next slide here shows the townhouses as they're seen looking north on Cherry Street. You can see the wood window frames, the Roman brick, the long skinny brick, as well as the metal screens and the same metal roof. So that's the material palette. Again, same materials, no change.
Okay, so going back to G, wood windows and doors,
Yes, sir.
what we're seeing on the elevation on the renderings are just lines essentially. And in the G wood windows and doors spec down here for illustration, I don't see what the thickness will be and how they may or may not protrude from the facade of the building. Can you give us a little more detail on it?
Of
So I'll
course.
just note really quickly, just for Commissioner Swordlow, since I know you weren't here for the original approval, all of these materials were essentially a condition of approval. So if anything were to change, or if you were to require something to change, you would kind of be going against what the original approval was. So I'm just saying that so you have some context of, the commission wanted these materials and in theory does not want them to change.
No, I'm not looking for a change. I'm looking to understand. And because the renderings don't really render them. Certainly they're cold out below. So one more question about those windows that I asked.
Sure.
Window frames, I mean.
So the windows on the, I'll start, it's easier to start with the multifamily and move towards the townhouses, if that's all right, Commissioner. These windows sit back in the limestone. They are recessed back and a return is I don't know the exact dimension, but approximately 8 inches to a foot. So they're recessed back into the facade. I think it's 8 inches to be precise. And the exposed profile, again, I don't want to pretend I know the exact dimension, but it's significantly visible profile. It's like 2.5 inches frame that surrounds the window entirely. The townhouses, similar, the windows sit back slightly less than the depth of in the limestone, just due to wall construction and materials, probably about 4 inches to 5 inches, and again have a same thickness of frame around as a window expression.
If I may,
Does that answer? Sorry.
I'm sorry, are you through, Commissioner Sverdlov?
I might have one more question. Go ahead. You can intercede.
Please continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
what's your question, sir?
So the bricks you're proposing are long, thin. I think they're called Roman bricks.
Yeah, it's just a generic term for a long horizontal brick.
Right. Okay, and they're staggered. They're not aligned.
Yes, they're not. They're a staggered bond, not a stacked.
Right. Okay, I'm finished with my question.
Thank you.
Could you bring up the was a potential large window that was overlooking the courtyard again? And that's on the affordable unit, as I remember. You wanted to just have a wall rather than a window.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
Could you show that again,
Of course,
please?
yes. That would be here on the
Yeah.
lower left, lower right corner, elevation number 4.
Now, that is going to, behind that wall or potential window is going to be the affordable unit. And that's the one that was, I guess, initially going to be the 2-bedroom and may change to the 1-bedroom. And so the bedroom would be positioned on that, against that wall,
Yeah, let's look at the plan.
if we could.
That'd probably the best way to answer that question.
Brings up
So-
the issue of
Yeah.
privacy and so forth,
Yeah,
given the
yeah, so-
redesign. I want to be sure we thought
Exactly,
about that.
Exactly. So the living room sits in in the middle of the floor plate of the design and has a window that faces into the slot. And then we were proposing 2 bedrooms, but it could be made into 1. And then for privacy and for just for both parties, for the affordable unit and for the market unit, we thought the window would be better served on the side. If we were to reconfigure it into a 1-bedroom, which we think is a fine idea, we would extend the living room. I believe we'd have to study it, but we extend the living room and enlarge the bedroom a little bit and kind of split the difference, so to speak.
So assuming the new 1-bedroom would be essentially where the 2 bedrooms are, but
Yeah.
just eliminate the middle
Partition,
wall
yeah.
partition, that there would be a window on essentially one side, window on the other, and against the short end of the building, the shorter end of the
Yes,
would be no window.
correct. What would be the north facade towards the bottom of the screen. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. You've explained. Thank you.
I'm still having an issue with building E. Looking at your revised elevations and what you described earlier, which is that patio at the first floor level facing the inner courtyard is for the use of the market rate unit on the upper levels.
Correct.
According to these drawings, that user needs to leave out their front door, go down Cherry Street, go around the side of the building, go up a ramp, and then go to the back patio to use it.
That is correct.
Seems kind of useless, be quite honest. And it's detracting from the look and feel of the building, especially at that level. It would, in my opinion, I think it would be much more conducive to the design of the building as well as the overall look, touch, and feel of the affordable space. Get rid of that balcony and put the windows back. Give that unit some light.
Sir, we'd be happy to put the windows there. We would like to study the balcony position.
I'd recommend it. I just,
Yeah.
Human nature, I think you're gonna have a hard time.
But we have no arguments of putting the windows back if
Yeah.
that's what the commission wishes.
I'd recommend it. I think it would make that affordable space on that first floor level that much more attractive and full of light.
I would like to say, and I'm not trying to push back, just trying to explain our thinking,
Mhm.
that the terrace, we believe is a private space, and having an outdoor space that's dedicated, even though it's not directly 100% easily accessible, has a value and it would have importance in someone's private life. Having your own outdoor space is a nice thing. Granted, it's not perfectly located. We hear you. But nevertheless, we believe there is something beneficial to that, and we would like to keep it. But we have no objection to adding the windows and with that, so that facade stayed as the same. Before there were doors. I'll show you.
Yeah.
I changed them to windows.
There was the pair of doors there previously.
Yeah, you can see that in the. Oops, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
In this view here on the lower right corner.
Mm-hmm.
We would put windows in. I would propose we put 2 windows that stack below the other windows, and we would call it a day.
I think it would be worthwhile. I mean, I'll leave it up to you. Obviously, the balcony can stay if you feel that there is an actual benefit to the market rate unit above.
Just don't want to be rash about it. That's all.
Understood.
Yeah.
I just calling out what I think could save you some time and money and effort in putting something in that might not get used.
Yes, okay. We'll happy to consider it.
Commissioners, any further comments?
Nope.
Okay,
Vote now if you're ready.
that's fine. Just checking if anyone else on Zoom, did any of the other commissioners join?
Nope, sorry, Commissioner Kanag is also on Zoom.
Commissioner Knag, are you on? there somewhere.
We saw him on there.
Yeah, his name's on there, but
Okay. All right, call to vote. Do I hear a motion on this particular application for the Berta Street development?
I'll make a motion to approve this application. I think that most of the changes to these buildings are minimal and will improve the livability and appearance of the buildings. I would propose 2 conditions, which we've already discussed, maybe 2.5 conditions. Changing unit B101, which is one of the affordable units, to a 2-bedroom, and in exchange, changing F102 to a 1-bedroom. Adding the 2 windows that Mr. Radman discussed back to building E's affordable unit, and then the half of condition would be consider getting rid of the balcony on that unit.
Commissioner Chris, I'll second.
Great. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
Yes,
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Eric Knowles,
Yes.
Bill Pratt.
Yes.
Okay.
And Paul Canal, yes.
Oh, Paul. Did you hear the entire conversation on this application, Paul?
I did.
Great, thank you. We were checking in before, but we didn't hear you, so didn't know if you were.
My problem was I had an issue with my mute button.
Got it. Okay, all yeses, you're approved.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, very much. We appreciate the time and the consideration.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
great to see it happening.
Yeah.
We got product coming out of the ground.
Okay, next application, new business, 63 Park Street. Upon application of Steve Finn, Wolf C. Rosen et al., authorized agent for 63 Park Street LLC, care of Peterson Management LLC, owners, for a site plan approval of sections 8.2.a and 6.3.c.3 to allow 2 temporary banners and the replacement of an existing sign with a sign measuring 4 square feet, stating the name of the occupant and the street address in the B residence zone at 63 Park Street, map L, block 18, lot 81. Good evening. Just hold it down. There we go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Steve Finn from the law firm of Wofsy, Rosen, Kweskin, and Kiriansky. I'm here representing the applicant, the Onera Foundation. With me to my left is the executive director for the Onera Foundation, Laurence Laforgue. We're here before you, as you know, on a site sign application under section 6.3.c3 of your regulations. The exact application involves the use of 2 banners that will be displayed for exhibitions and lectures and removed when no exhibitions or lectures are in progress, and the replacement of an existing sign measuring 4 square feet, stating the name of the occupant and the street address. Some quick background before I turn it over to Ms. Laforgue. 63 Park Street, as probably you all know, is the iconic building located on the corner of Park and Seminary Streets in our town. The house was originally built in 1836 in the Greek Revival style. It was previously owned by a well-known architect, Richard Bergman. The commission has previously approved the use of the property for lectures and exhibitions. The house is located in the historic district. As required, we applied for a certificate of appropriateness with regard to the banners and sign to the Historic District Commission, which was heard on May 22nd, 2025, and approved on that date. The sign showing the street address was approved as is by the Historic District Commission. There were 2 changes that we agreed to before the HDC with regard to the banners. The first was that the Onera Foundation agreed to shorten the banners so that the bottom edge would be between the 1st and 2nd floor windows. And then we also agreed that in between exhibits and lectures, the banners would be removed. Lastly, I just want to state that there's no lighting of the signs contemplated or the banners. I thought that might be important to let you know about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. LaFord to give you a little bit more detail, show you some renderings, which I believe are already online, but I think it might be helpful for you all to see them again. So thank you for your time, and Ms. LaFord.
Thank you, Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your service. As Steve mentioned, we had the chance to go through the Historic Preservation Commission, and that process has been very helpful, in fact, in terms of improving our original design. So we are very grateful for your knowledge and everything you can bring to this project as we move forward. So I'm going to share a rendering, which hopefully everyone sees, of the new banners, so reduced in size, that we propose to install during our exhibitions. Our first exhibition opens October 1st, on time for October for Design, and it will be up until March 30th of 2026. And our second exhibition most likely will begin in October 1st, 2026 again. The two banners are made of a mesh material that is slightly transparent and provides slight holes so that the wind can go through. They measure now 4 feet wide by 8 foot high. The first banner has the logo of the Onera Foundation, and the second banner provides a visual and the name of the exhibition or the name of the artist that we have on show. Those banners will be incredibly helpful for us to say the building is open. This is a new culture site that we hopefully hope that it'll contribute to New Canaan's already very rich culture program. And we welcome your feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have a sample of the material with me that I can share if you'd like to see it. This is another example of the banner, now with a blue background, which was also shared and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. And here is a drawing that shows the size of the banner. If you'd like, I can move on to showing a rendering of the permanent signage that we propose would replace this current signage. This is what we currently have at 63 Park Street. It was probably placed in the 90s. It is very sad and damaged. It's peeling off. It's made out of plexiglass. We're hoping to replace it by a sign of equal square footage made of brushed metallic for exterior. And we think that it's in keeping with the style of other cultural institutions we've seen here, for example, the Glass House Museum. And we hope that you would consider this a good replacement. This will also allow us to indicate the foundation's location and the entrance through the garden that's on the left of that stone wall.
The only thing I would add before entertaining any questions you may have is that some of you may know, others may not, that the Onera Foundation has as its mission to inform and engage the public about historic preservation and significant architecture in the United States through advocacy, exhibition, grants, and publications. I know the town planner had an opportunity to walk inside the building. It has been improved and restored in accordance with its historic roots. So the Onera Foundation takes its mission very seriously. It's invested money into this property already. And the whole idea is to try to show off this beautiful building, preserve this building both inside and out, but also to educate people about historic preservation and pursue academic pursuits as well in that area. Any questions for us?
Question for you on the, I know this is just for the signage, but are you proposing any modifications to the interior of the building?
No.
Okay.
No modification.
Commissioner Chris, if I may, on the sign, not this sign, but the banners, are you anticipating the blue or white as an either or both?
So my understanding is that the banner on the left as shown could change from white to blue, And the banner on the right will remain white, but will change with the exhibition that's being shown at that particular time.
We'd like to test both.
So if I understand correctly, the one on the left that says, has the, I guess, logo of the Onera Foundation, its name would switch between white and blue depending on decisions of the Onera Foundation. And the one on the right would be a transitional one, the new one for each exhibition.
Yes,
So designs would by nature change.
correct, which is why we want to have the opportunity to potentially change the color of the banner of the with the Onera logo, depending on how it works aesthetically with the new exhibition.
Thank you.
How do you address the requirement in town that there's no logos allowed on building signage?
So it's trademarked logos, just to be clear on the zoning regulations, it's explicitly trademarked logos.
Is your logo trademarked?
I believe it is. I can certainly double check.
So I mean, I will note again, the whole purpose of the signed site plan application is that they are asking for permission to put signage in that does not meet the regulations. The banners don't meet the regulations, so you could say that that is part of the request.
So just to be clear, Ms. Carey, we can, even though there is a prohibition against trademark logos, we can overrule that.
How the regulations are written with the signed site plan process, yes.
Okay, just want to be clear. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, that's my interpretation of section 6.3C3. It says any sign not meeting the specifications of section 6.3.c as approved by the commission after considering the size, location, use, or other unique conditions. So I do think that under your regulations that these banners can be approved.
This is Commissioner Chris again, just the blue banner seems to be incongruous with the rest of the building, which is white. It's next door to a house of worship, which is also white, which is next door to another one that's white. There's a lot of white buildings. That the blue seems a bit shocking given the rest of the palette. I'm wondering how wedded you are to blue specifically, as opposed to fairly balanced white banners.
So look, I mean, it's hard to know exactly how this is going to look aesthetically once it's up and running, but I'll answer that by saying we had a discussion with the Historic District Commission about this very topic, and they felt that, you know what, a blue banner is fine. It's, you know, it doesn't face residential area. It faces a parking lot.
Right.
It's next to the business zone, both on its east and on its south. And I just don't, and it's right up against the road. I don't see it really making too much of a difference to people looking at it, but it may catch their eye. It may give this building a little bit of color. And I think it's worthwhile exploring. But
If I may add, as we were going through the archive of the building, we found a beautiful banner, dark gray, that Mr. Bergman had designed and installed on the building. It was actually wider, 5'6" by 8 foot high, gray with white lettering to celebrate the 175th year of the building. So there has been already a precedent for using different color, and Mr. Bergman certainly had great tastes, and I feel that it's worth trying. Not a bright color, but dark blue, which is in keeping with the Onera logo, could be visible, but at the same time, elegant, aesthetically aligned.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benton here. Can you share what your other ideas were before you landed on the two banners to promote, or what you've done in the past?
so to my knowledge, Commissioner Benton, there's been Onera has never put up any banners whatsoever, so there's no prior precedent for this by Onera. There is the precedent that Ms. LaForgue just mentioned about the former owner, Richard Bergman. In terms of what we explored, we originally submitted in our application to you banners that extended much longer. And it was after, and so the other option were banners that were longer and hung down much lower. And after extensive discussion with the Historic District Commission, we agreed that perhaps that would obscure the building, and that was the concern of the Historic District Commission, too much. And we settled on these banners, which I think do a very good job of showing what's going on at the building, at the property, but also still allows the building to be very well seen. And as I said, they won't be up all the time. They'll only be up during exhibitions.
And give me a sense again for how long that time frame is, or how many days per year do you expect to have banners up?
That hasn't been exactly determined because this is all brand new. We've had discussions with the town planner about monitoring the use, limiting the amount of people that can come to, I think, 20 people per hour. That doesn't really answer your question. I don't have a definitive answer for you about how many days per year it's going to be up. We are limited to 3 exhibitions. There's a lot of downtime in between exhibitions, but we're hoping it's very successful. So
My concern is I'm not favorable to having banners there. I think it looks a little bit like a fraternity house in terms of the way things are promoted. That's why I was asking what other things you've looked at. I get concerned what this can do as a precedent for other structures in town to promote. Once you do it here, it just opens the door for anybody to promote activity. You indicate 3 events, but if you leave it up for 3 months a year for 3 events, it's up there the majority time of the year. So I'd love to know what other options there are. I think in this first one, my concern is how it looks and the precedent it sets.
So could I jump in real quick? Just a reminder for the commission, I think this time last year, also in the historic district, I think it was the Congregational Church, you approved I think 4x4 wooden space right in the front lawn for them to rotate banners through.
Rotate signage, not banners.
No, it was banners.
No, it was I'm part of the church.
Okay,
I
I
was
thought-
part of the process. It was,
Okay,
they were applied panels to a backer board. So it always looked like a 4x4 sign. It didn't look like a banner,
Okay, but it's still rotating
And that was
signage,
ground
so.
mount too. Yeah. Versus.
but it was a permanent fixture, which was a couple of posts and a sign panel.
Okay.
Very different.
I will, with regard to the concern about precedent, I, with all respect, I don't think under this particular regulation that any precedent it will be set by agreeing to this particular application, because this solely is within your discretion. And as I said, this building faces a parking lot, okay? That's where this is seen, and it's right next to business zones. And so if you're going to be protective of this particular, I really think that this is a very unique situation. And I do think it's within your discretion under your regulation to turn down any application that you feel is going to impact in a negative way the neighborhood, as balanced and offset against what this foundation is. This is a charitable foundation that wants to continue on with New Canaan's preservation of historic structures, providing historical exhibitions. And so I think this kind of use of this particular property should be embraced and encouraged. No one wants to have a foundation that wants to put on exhibition where nobody knows about the exhibitions and nobody comes. That's gonna really doom the purpose of this foundation. So I would ask you to consider that and balance that against your other concerns, which I'm not dismissing, Commissioner Benton. But I think these are tasteful banners. I don't I think the analogy to a frat house is a little unfair, but anyway.
We were not
I'm
trying
gonna
to go
take
for
it.
the
Have
net.
you considered though a sign grounded on the ground versus suspended? Similar to what we approved in the past?
Let me turn that over to Ms. LaForgue. I don't know the answer to that.
We've looked into it, and I think that we couldn't quite figure out where to put in a way that you could really see it from a municipal lot. And we also took our cues more as cultural institution from places like the Met Museum,
Mhm.
which has set up banners. It's a way to say it's open for everybody. It's free of charge. We're trying to be a cultural resource, and so visually, aesthetically, it felt more in line with what museums, again, like the Met Museums have done. That was where we took our inspiration.
Commissioner Swirlo, can you hear me first of all?
Yes.
Okay, good. I actually buy your argument. I think it's a good argument. One doesn't know what's inside of this building unless it's advertised properly. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Static signs, signs on the wall, and so on. The banners, though, create a different opportunity, I think, and it gives the building a different presence. So I'm buying your arguments. I'm kind of split on my feeling and decision about whether these are the best banners you can use. I think the Met analogy is a very good one, though this has nothing to do with it. It doesn't have that kind of significance, but I think it might enliven the town, especially in the spot where it is on the edge of, kind of the edge of downtown, block from Elm Street. So I think you're making good arguments. I'm inclined to agree with you at this point.
This is Commissioner Cruz again, if I may. Are you anticipating these would always be two color banners?
Two colors?
Well, you have two colors. I assume it's a white banner with blue Onera Foundation, and I'm not sure what color the one for the temporary exhibition, or is this going to be multicolor? Or we don't know yet.
What we're applying for is for the signage, and this is an example of what it could look like. We will go with what is going to speak to the programming that we're featuring and to our brand and our aesthetic, and we're trying to make it subdued and elegant and of the town. So we will probably stay with a limited palette of colors.
Was it a question on the street address sign, if I may?
Sure.
To be metal. You mentioned that the current sign has been, I call it damaged, and wear due exposure to the elements is what I heard you say. The one you're anticipating, you see this because of the structure of the sign, it will be far more robust because, again, it's a plowed street. You get salt, you get, pebbles shot up at it, and snow can be buried in it depending how much snow. This is a robustly structured metal sign that will stand the test of time, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And look, I hear the concerns. I really do, but I do think that you can trust the owner of this property to have good taste and not want to make this building look any less iconic than it really is. And I mean, that is their mission. They bought this building for the purpose of historic preservation. And so I would ask you to please sort of.
But you can understand where we're coming from in the same way that we would deny an application because not all the information was on the drawing or on the application. The fact that we're hearing, well, we don't know what the artwork's going to be. We don't know how many days a month we're going to have, or how many months a year we're going to be putting the signage up. That it leaves a lot of variables to us, which is hard to approve.
But how is that different than the church? I mean, we don't know exactly what every sign they're going to put on that board at the congregational church is going to look like, do we?
No, but that we know that board is going to be up there 24/7, 365 days a year. And there will be a different sign going onto it. It's a permanent structure.
Right.
Here we're talking about temporary banners going in as represented by the applicant, that they don't know if they're going to be up for 1 month a year or 12 months a year.
Okay,
So
so
it
let's just
could be-
assume that it's 24/7, 365. How does that change it?
I
Just,
personally don't think it's very attractive to the building. I think it detracts from the architecture of the building. And I think there are probably other ways to advertise than huge banners on the side of a building. And it sets a precedent for, I mean, Glass House is going to come back with an application to pepper their windows facing Elm Street with similar banners for, you know, their midsummer event.
So do you want to make
Just a small correction on that. It's not on the side of the building. It's actually on the face of the building. And is there any way of doing a test here? Allowing it for the first exhibition and then having them come back? Or, I know we've done similar things in the past with other applications. Is that a possibility here?
I guess if the applicant would agree to it, but I don't.
I certainly would agree to it if you, if
What
you
is,
want us to learn about it.
Commissioner Swerdlow, what's the test going to prove that the rendering doesn't show us?
Oh, renderings are one thing and real life and commentary from other people are another thing. So after the first exhibition, let's say it runs for 3 months or so, we're going to be hearing from people about whether this is appropriate or inappropriate. We have the ability then to suspend this and to ultimately not approve it. On the other hand, if we feel it is appropriate for the building and people all of a sudden have recognized this building other than for its architecture, but also for its program, we may want to continue with this.
You know, I go back to the point that you know, there may need to be some trade-offs here. Do you want to have this building preserved? Do you want to encourage the landowner to have these exhibitions? It's unfair to have the Onero Foundation go to the time and expense of putting on these exhibitions and then have to worry about making sure they can get people in to see it. And so I don't know about you, but I don't always read our local paper to see what's going on. But I do drive by certain places and see there's a sale or this or that, and it sparks my attention. And so, yeah, you know, would it be better if we could maybe, you know, do something else that would be as noticeable and preserve the entire facade of this building? Sure, but is it going to work? We don't think so. We think this is a good solution. We've already shortened the banners. We've agreed to take them off when there's no exhibitions going on. And yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off, but I think it's worth it. I think you're being too protective, and that's going to impact the success of this project, which I think we all want to see prosper here in New Canaan. So I would ask you to if you will, take maybe a small leap of faith and say, you know what? These people preserve and look, maybe you want to come look at the interior of the building and see what they've done. They restored all the old floorboards. It's beautiful inside. And perhaps your town planner who's seen it can corroborate that on the record for you. But this is a serious foundation. It's not some whim. It's an organization that is dedicated to this type of exhibition and education. And with all respect, and I think you guys do a tremendous job. I think this should be encouraged. I do.
So just to double click on my comment, I think the building's spectacular. I think the work that's been done on it, from what you've seen and what I've heard, is amazing. I think the cause is right center of the fairway and what the town needs. My only question is banners versus a grounded sign. Like, I think it is important to promote. If I look at the corner, you have an amazing corner property there, which means you can put signs. So you have a bunch of the trees set up there, which get a lot of traffic coming down the hill, coming out of the parking lot. My only point is, I think there's other options to consider before we go as far as saying a banner is approved. Because I think that just opens the door. And I do think there's probably more elegant ways of promoting, which would give them more ability to do it all year long. Some of what we've approved in other areas. So that's my only comment. Has nothing to do with the building, purpose, inside. It's just how to promote the events and what the other options are.
I totally agree. I'm all in support of the mission and what you're trying to do here. I'm just afraid of the precedent that this sets.
So I hear your comments. Haven't looked at that option. I don't know if Onera has looked at it. I do know that there are these beautiful gardens on, I think, on that corner, sculptured gardens that I think are almost as spectacular as the building, if not more so. And Onera has done a very good job of preserving Richard Bergman's vision for that property. In fact, I'm not sure there have been any changes to the exterior gardens. And so this idea of putting up signs that are going to obscure that gardens, which are one of the first things you see when you start to come down Park Street towards Seminary, I think, I'm not sure that's a good trade. And I don't know if you want to take a look at it, but and I will say this, that, the Historic District Commission is as interested in preserving, their whole domain is the facades, the exteriors of these buildings that face the street. That's their whole mission, okay, is how the exterior of these buildings look. And I didn't say this to you, but they approved this application with these changes unanimously. There was no dissent. And I do think that, frankly, what's best for the outside of this building is more within their purview than, with all respect to you, your purview. So I'm hearing different things from different commissioners. I don't have much to add other than perhaps repeat something that I've already said. So, and I hate to do that because you're all very intelligent people here. So,
This is Commissioner Chris, if I may, to get one thing out of the way. I personally I've heard nothing that makes me concerned about the new address sign that you're anticipating. So I'll put that out there. If others can enlighten me, I'll be happy to hear it, but I haven't heard anything so far.
I'm concerned about the logo on the sign.
I hear you about the logo. I'm still wrestling with logo issues, but the shorter as opposed to longer ones I think would have been horrible, frankly. It looks like you're wrapping it in a sheet. It just made no, I do that. But I understand the balance of wanting to support a charity in town, which I think people are in favor of as a general proposition. But then the issue of banners and is this a precedent, and the camel's nose into the tent for various things, which some of my colleagues have suggested, which I can understand why there were maybe concerns on that. So I'm still a bit up in the air on this, but I'm just trying to, I guess the issue you've suggested, Mr. Finn, is one of relative balance and costs and benefits is what I'm taking. And that's the one I'm still wrestling with. I can understand that there are costs as well as benefits.
yeah, I do. I want to address the precedent question again. I know someone used the glass house as a possible example of the camel under the nose. And with all respect, that is smack in the middle of a residential area. Okay, you could easily use your discretion to say, we're not going to allow this in a residential area of the type where the glass house is located.
I was using that as an example of their offices on Elm Street, putting that on their facade of their building facing the train station, just as a possible example.
Yeah, look, I mean, the glass house is similar in some ways and completely different in other ways. They're extremely well known already. That is an office. They have more than one location. They, they're having, buses transport people over to the residential area. They run their own shop there. I don't know what their Commissioner Radman. I assume that you're telling me there's very little signage there whatsoever. But they're well established as well, and they don't really have shifting exhibitions like this property is going to have. This is going to be, bringing in historic exhibitions. I think last time I was here, I described one of them that might be brought, and it was an exhibit involving U.S. embassies during the Cold War and how they were designed. And to me, that sounds fascinating, okay? Something that would bring people to our town, is unique.
I totally understand. No one's questioning the integrity of their mission. I think everyone's in complete agreement as to what benefit Onera can bring to the town in this location and with the exhibits. It's, for me, it's just difficult getting myself to approve this because of the precedent it will set. I hear you on the visibility issue and making it known to, you know, passersby of what exhibitions are going on, probably much more impactful than having a ground sign. I get that. But again, my concern is the precedent it sets.
I really, with all respect, I don't think.
And I'm not hearing anything that can convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I understand that I haven't convinced you, but I do, this is a site sign application. Your regulation gives you the discretion to approve or not approve. And if look, you might find a situation where the balance tips totally against the signs. You might find another situation where the balance tips in favor of the signs, but that's totally up to your discretion. And I would, if you're worried about that, and look, I don't pretend to be, you know, encyclopedic about the law, but I would suggest you talk to town council about this to see if you were to approve this particular specific application, whether it's going to set any precedent whatsoever. I respectfully submit that it would not.
I would disagree, but Sarah, are we able to approve this application on the condition of having a 1-year term, since we don't know how long they're going to have banners up, what frequency they're going to change? There's not a lot of definition here, right? Could we approve it for 1 year, see what happens over the course of a year and how it's received, and then come back for you know, a final approval?
Yeah, if the applicant agrees to it, I don't.
I have one question. Let's be sure I got this right. So the signs only go up on the first day the exhibition is open.
No.
They stay the whole time.
They would be sure they go up ahead of time.
It would be our preference to be able to put them up a week and a half to 2 weeks in advance of the exhibition, so we start to build momentum and get people going there the first day that the exhibition opens.
Well, often when we set these if we set limits, it's a precise date, as opposed to, well, a little bit beforehand can mean a lot of things. So precision on when they would be allowed to go up, assuming there's an approval, and when they have to come down, to be very precise. So for example, the last day of the exhibition, to leave them up, the next day they got to come down, as an example, as opposed to, well, we're kind of getting to it or something like this. So it doesn't become one of those kind of starts wiggling away.
I think it's very fair. Thank you for bringing this up. If I may answer your question, we'd love to be able to have the banner up by September 15, 2025, and bring it down by the time the exhibition closes on March 30th, 2026. These are the banners that we would go with. So there's clarity to your point, Mr. Radman. I totally appreciate your point as well. Like, what am I approving? I'm willing right now to say we're going with those 2 white banners, which seems to be the less disruptive. I think you had concern about the dark blue. We're starting September 15th, and we're bringing them down on March 30th.
The point I would make here is that if an exhibition opens on day X, it would be could be Y calendar days prior to said date that the banner can go up, since there may be a second one, and then it becomes a whole new date as far as the opening of the exhibition, and you just count back 10 days, and that's when you can put the banner up, assuming you say it's 10 days. So it's precise in exactly when the banner may be up, as opposed to beforehand, which can mean a lot of things.
Yeah, I think maybe you and Ms. LaForgue were talking over one another. We were hoping for put up the banners 2 weeks before the exhibition opens, take the banners down the day that the exhibition closes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So 14 calendar days prior to the opening.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the last day is the last day you can have them up.
Correct.
Okay, that's the application you're making.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Got it.
So commissioners, we've been on this one. This was supposed to be a 15-minute application. We've been on it now for close to 45. Where are we heading? Are we heading towards a limited duration approval? That seemed like it might have had momentum. I mean, I'm fine with this carte blanche. I don't need the limited duration, but it feels like other people might. Or I don't know. I'm just trying to get this to closure.
Sounds like maybe a 1-year trial period and then come back in June of 2026 and then reevaluate.
So I mean, would then just a 1 year, just after the first exhibit, have them come back before their second exhibit?
Well, I just in case that their exhibit changes, right?
Might
You-
change.
You expect it to be September to March, but maybe it's, September to April, or maybe it's October to April, right? So you have a 1-year term because, we'll bake in some flexibility and then they come back in June and then we'll evaluate if we've heard any complaints.
If we were to do a time limited one, just make it through the end of June 2026. It's a nice round number. That's about a year anyway. Split too many hairs, and that you're saying that it would be 14 days prior to, they can go up 14 days prior to the opening day of the exhibition.
Correct.
And what do people think about the logo, since that was mentioned also?
Again, I have no issue.
Nor do I.
I have no issue. I can live with the logo.
Does the applicant agree to the 1-year limit at this point?
I'd be very happy to agree to it. I think hopefully this will be the year that you feel good about how this looks, and we'll move from there. Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone want to turn that into a motion?
It's Commissioner Chris, I'll give it a try.
All right.
Okay. I move that we approve the change in the street address sign as proposed. I believe it's a well-designed sign and will be well-constructed and robust in dealing with the elements and remain visible and legible to post office and others who are trying to find the location. I move that we approve the display of the 2 banners in the size as stated in the application. They will be attached to the columns in the front of the building in the positions shown in the rendering submitted to the commission. And the logo as shown of the the foundation as shown. And this will be this approval will last through and including the 30th of June 2026. The banners will be able to be displayed 14 days prior to the opening of any exhibition and will have to be taken down the day after the exhibition closes.
Just one clarification. So the renderings that were part of the original application were longer. So I get as shown in the revised renderings.
Revised renderings. I think longer ones would be inappropriate. As the
Yeah.
revised renderings as shown.
As shown.
Yes, that's what I meant. Thank
As
you. for the
submitted on June
clarification.
9th.
We're talking
Yes,
about.
thank you.
As submitted on June 9th, or sorry, June 5th.
Which are the ones we're looking at now, Mr.
Correct.
Finn? That's what I
Just
was
for
referring
clarity,
to.
as approved by the Historic District Commission.
Right.
As approved by the Historic District. Thank you for mentioning. I think I got everything.
I'll second that.
No, second it as well. I'll third it.
Third. Call to vote, Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Paul Knag. Paul,
His face.
He's muted.
you might have a muted button
Struggling
issue.
with the mute button.
Alan Swedlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
No.
okay. Eric Knowles,
Yes.
Bill Pratt.
Yes.
Passes.
Thank you very much. I know it was not easy. We appreciate the time and the
Thank
input
you.
very much.
Look forward to seeing the exhibition.
I apologize for being muted. I vote yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Paul.
I'll send you the invitation to the opening. Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Thank you.
140 Elm Street, upon application of Lorena Egan Alvarado, CP 14, Core Burn Pilates, authorized agent for Downtown New Canaan LLC owners for site plan approval pursuant to sections 4.2.C.7 to allow Pilates studio in the retail A zone at 140 Elm Street, map T, block 44, lot 910. Who do we have for this one?
Hi,
there.
I'm Lorena. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and your association with the project.
Lorena Egan Alvarado. I am the co-owner of Corburn Pilates.
Great.
Yep. So we are a boutique Pilates studio with 12 locations across New York, Connecticut, North Carolina. I am the current co-owner of the Rowayton and the Westport location. Rowayton opened in 2019 and Westport last year. We are an expanding company and are very excited about coming to New Canaan.
I just have one question. Do you already exist in New Canaan? Because when I Googled you, it came up as 102 Park Street. So I'm wondering, are you moving from one location to a different location?
We
Or
were,
is that incorrect?
we were on Park Street in 2020 and then COVID. And this will be new owners. Myself and Tamara are Tamara Slipczynski. She is my business partner. We are opening a new location. So it's a new business. The other one had to close due to COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Our studios are very clean. We're looking for a really elevated look for the New Canaan on Elm Street. Most of our equipment will come in different colors. We like the white for New Canaan, specifically white reformers. The floor plan we sent you has, I'm really technologically not inclined, so I can't really share a screen, but we did send the floor plan with 8 to 10 reformers. With privates in the back and group classes in the front. I know that the 15-foot retail aspect will be there, and we will provide fitness wear, some mats, maybe some bala bands for purchase. We have relationships with Lululemon, Tavi, local Lucky Honey as wholesale distributors to provide that retail aspect to the storefront.
Will there be any kind of a physical separation between that front retail area and the group area?
Yes, we plan to put the desk right in the front, right in the middle, so that when the client walks in, they're going to be greeted with a front desk associate who will direct them to retail on either side, along with places to put like their shoes, their bags, raincoats, whatever they need before they step back into the space for the service of the Pilates.
But will there be any, I understand there's a desk there.
Oh, you mean like
Will there
a
be any
wall?
physical separation, a wall or screen, anything, curtain?
No, we like to keep it very open. It creates a good airflow and a nice walk through space spatially. We weren't planning on putting up any sort of dividers.
And is there, we see that there were 2 floor plans submitted. Each of them have 13 reformers, 10 plus 3. Is there also a bathroom that's part of this space somewhere?
Correct. It's in the back right-hand corner. One bathroom, yes.
So there's more to this space than these floor plans show.
The floor plans were created through where we get our equipment through Balance Body. It was the easiest way to show where the equipment was going to go. I did not include a bathroom in that floor plan, but it is in the back. and has been renovated.
Commissioners, anything further?
No.
And signage wise, you'll be submitting a separate permit application for signage?
Correct. We have a company that does all of our signage. It is a flat, custom cut plastic with the logo. I know I was listening before. You have some, I'll ask about that when we talk about signage and the signage application, but trademark logo, our logo is trademarked, so I'll deal with that later. But probably along the wall on the above the entrance. And we were possibly thinking about window decals, but we haven't decided on signage yet.
And that'll all be handled administratively, and you'll just submit everything through the OpenGov portal, and planning and zoning staff will review to make sure everything complies with our regulations.
Correct. Yes, of course.
Just curious, since you are on Elm Street and parking is at a premium on Elm Street, will you be giving guidance to your users as to where to park?
So the municipal lot that's open, and plus most of our classes and large group class, not large, but our group classes will be held early morning. Not well, there will be some like once the stores open around 10 or 11, but the 6:30, 7:30, 8:30 hour we plan to fill, and well, we plan to fill all the hours, but the municipal parking up on the hill we'll be directing them there.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further? Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve. This use seems pretty consistent with the character of the town, and there are no other issues.
We have a second?
Second,
Was Canog?
Yeah, Paul Knight.
Yep.
Okay, call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
yes.
Alan Swedlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Eric Knowles,
Yes.
Bill Pratt.
Yes.
Okay, you're approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Item number 4, regulation interpretation. Town planner requesting clarification of the definition of a sport court versus a multi-use field in connection with a completed project at a residential property in the 2-acre zone.
Yep.
Give us a little background.
Sure. So I submitted a memo in addition to my planner's memo on this. Hopefully you all had a chance to read it. I'm not going to go through it word for word for you all, but I will provide you all with some background on how, what I'm asking of you all tonight, and then just a little background of how we got to where we're at today. And then I believe the property owner and his attorney are looking to speak for a little bit. And then I have kind of a sheet for us to walk through to help you all, make your interpretation of the regulations. So just to start, for process purposes, I'm bringing this to the commission as the senior enforcement officer of the zoning regulations. A component of my job is to interpret and enforce the regulations. At certain times when something's unclear in the regulations, it's explicitly stated in our zoning regulations that I have the authority to go to the commission for an interpretation. Whatever the commission decides is not appealable to court, and it is meant solely to advise me on making an informed decision about an enforcement action I'm potentially making. And so when I take an official action, it can be appealed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And so at that time, they review my action and all relevant information to decide if what I did was appropriate based on the regulations. So again, I have the final authority over whether an action will be taken or not. And in accordance with our regulations, we have an unclear situation right now. So I'm looking to you all to help me determine in this specific case is this a sport/game court? Is it a multi-use field?
But so just to be clear, we could have one view, but you have the full authority to go a different way.
Correct. My goal is to not do that, but yeah.
We're advisory and you have the final say and you could be counter to what we
Okay.
advise.
So now I'm just going to briefly review the timeline I had submitted in my memo to you all, and I'm going to share my screen. So just bear with me momentarily. So this is the site plan when it loads that was approved by Inland Wetlands in November of 2023 for a sport court. This retaining wall here and the can't really see my browser. Can you guys see my mouse moving? You see this retaining wall kind of center top part of the page. So this retaining wall is a good landmark for you all. And then down lower, you see this thick black line where my mouse is moving. That is the leaching field for their existing septic system. And so there's another one to the right. So those are two landmarks to focus on. So that was, again, November 2023, what was approved by the Inland Wetlands Department, because to the left of the proposed improvement, you have significant wetlands for, I think, like 2 acres of the lot. So then, we fast forward to November of 2024, and this is the as-built that I was provided in May by attorney Mike Sweeney. So now the area went from being a hard court to turf. It now goes all the way to the retaining wall. The retaining wall got extended. That's not what we're here to discuss, but just for landmark purposes. So the turf is now going over the setback line, whereas before the court was not. And then just again, for reference of landmarks, so you understand how it expanded. The hard court was not over the leaching fields. The turf is now over the leaching fields, which are these two black lines, just for context. And so then this is what the improvement looks like today. And so the issue is tennis courts have to meet setback requirements. The homeowner would like to classify this as a multi-use field. Our zoning regulations don't, explicitly discuss multi-use fields. So we're trying to figure out, does this need to meet setbacks? And so to do that, we have this kind of decision matrix of, first and foremost, is it a tennis or game court based on the definition of a tennis or a game court? You all can go through that exercise. If you decide it's not a tennis or a game court, we then have, is it a customary use? And then there's a process for if you think it is a customary use, or if you think it's a non-illuminated outdoor recreational facility. Those two are important because those are the other two categories in our zoning regulations where it could potentially be applicable. And I outline in my memo, where those terms can be found in the zoning regulations, what pages they're at. And so that is what I'm looking to you all to try to, help us work through tonight, because if I take action saying it must go, it must be removed, it's likely going to go to ZBA. And rather than have ZBA say, well, what does the commission think about their regulations? I want to have your opinion now. So any questions for me before we turn it over to?
Yeah, just where this started, and I tried to read through the materials, and that your chart, I feel like we've jumped the gun a little bit in terms of, it seems that the question is, what is a structure, right? Because a structure is what, if this is a structure and it's within the setback area, then it violates setback, correct?
So
right.
Tennis court is defined as a structure.
Right, but I think if you read the definition of structure, maybe you don't have to get there, and
I think
kind of go through the analysis, but
I think it is a little more complicated than that. This came up a few years ago under the previous town planner. Your yard setback definition, which I also have listed in the memo, specifically calls out uses as well. So I think there's an argument, are uses subjected to setback requirements?
the question is but our structures.
Structures are always,
So
Yeah.
if we found this to be a structure, then therefore it would violate setback.
yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So I,
So
If
just
that's
because when I looked
simpler-
at
if that's
this,
a
I felt
simpler-
like
yeah.
we started calling it tennis court, but we
so
didn't
we're
look at
calling it that because
structure.
of the lines. There are lines on that.
Right.
That's
but-
why I
okay,
jumped to
I,
that.
I
yeah.
just wanted to, but I can get into
Yeah.
that later when we talk. So.
Okay,
stuff.
so that's my initial spiel. Happy to turn it over to.
I have Commissioner, can I have a question? You said in your memo that you didn't know whether what was stated to these owners in the conversation that was set forth in their affidavits. Why haven't we, or have you made any inquiry as to whether that conversation, as recounted in the affidavits, was accurately set out?
Sure. So, I mean, I continue to maintain that I think that's a conversation for ZBA if it comes to an appeal, because the applicant, I believe, would claim that we've provided information that they relied upon to, move forward with this project. And I personally don't find that that's relevant to the Planning and Zoning Commission making their interpretation of our regulations. I have comments on that, but again, I think that's more appropriate for ZBA than this commission.
But assuming that we might not agree with that, just for purposes of our information, do you contest? Do you know whether the conversation that allegedly took place in fact did take place?
So I spoke with my staff member, Stephen Payne. He cannot recall explicitly whether there was a conversation. There may have been, but he cannot recall if it did in
He
fact.
doesn't know. He doesn't recall. Okay, thanks.
So are we turning it
Yep,
over to?
as long as
Mr.
no other
Sweeney?
commissioners have any questions, I can stop sharing my screen, or I can pull up anything you want me to show.
I'm ready to hear
Thank-
from
okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Sweeney.
Good evening. Michael Sweeney, I'm a partner with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy in our Stanford office. And I'm here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Nickus at 495 Bonus Ridge Road. To my left is Luke Nickus, owner of the property and signer of one of the affidavits that you have before you this evening as well. Just as a point of departure, thank you to town planner, for Ms. Carey, for sitting down with us and reviewing this and trying to sort what happened and how we ended up in this situation or quandary, whatever you want to call it today, and also for bringing it to the commission for your counsel and advice. The reason why I wanted to speak a little bit is, although I think the affidavits spell out some of the background, I wanted to walk through a little bit to how we got here this evening. That there's a backstory here that makes this situation very, very unique. And my hope is that when you look at the equities, when you look at how we got here, that the fair thing to do would be to advise the town planner to grant the permit. And I'll get to that as we go through the some of my presentation. My clients moved to New Canaan in December of 2020. Is right, in the heart of COVID. They came to New Canaan to restart their lives with their 4 children. Their children now are the ages from 14 to 7. Very active children, enjoy sports. And when they moved into New Canaan, into this magnificent house, if you know this house, it's hard to miss it when you come to the corner of Frogtown and Ponus Ridge. It's a beautiful property. It belies the fact, though, that it's a difficult lot. And when you get behind the lot, you can tell from the topo on the site plan that the grade drops off precipitously as it goes to the west. Over half the lot is made up of wetlands. So when the house was set in the right location on the lot, there's parking in front of the property. And by the time you get behind it, there's very, very little land that's usable. And moreover, that land was at a very sharp decline down toward the wetlands. The wetlands are marked by way of boulders I presume that was done probably when the original subdivision was done, or when there was a wetlands permit in the past. That's often what the inland wetlands folks will do, is ask to mark the wetlands line. So there's very little room in the backyard, and it's a challenging piece of property. So what my clients wanted to do was to try to find a way where their 4 children could enjoy the backyard and also have an area for play, given the fact that there was steep drop, wetlands, balls running into the wetlands, having to jump over the boulders to get footballs and soccer balls and lacrosse balls and the like. So the goal was to try to level the backyard, being mindful of the wetlands, and to create a play area for the kids. One thing I would say, just as a point of departure, and we mentioned it in the affidavits, is that, and I wanted to dissuade anyone from having the thought for a millisecond that my clients in any way were looking to skirt the regulations, that there was any sleight of hand or leisure domain going on, that it's quite the opposite. My clients are of the highest character. As a matter of fact, gave charge to West Stout and Associates that to do this, to follow the rules, to do it by the book, and they hired expert landscape architects to process the applications in town. So at that point, our clients retained West Stout and Associates. Again, they're well known through town. They've been in town for years, have done hundreds of applications, well versed in the regulations, and have worked on some of the more substantial applications that you've had before you over the years. The initial thought was to have a smaller area of hard court, which would be used for pickleball and for basketball. And what Luke told me was that, coincidentally, at the same time, there were a number of kerfuffles around town over pickleball arguments with neighbors. And, the noise from the pickleball, I've been here a few evenings, when those discussions have occurred. And they just say, pickleball might not be the best thing to do with our neighbors. And moreover, as we think about it, our kids are growing, they're joining all the teams in New Canaan now. We need more room for them to run around. So before that, they processed the application, received the wetlands permit from the Inland Wetlands Agency, and were ready to go. But then they rethought it and said, on a second thought, let's revisit this. So what they came up with was a larger area of a play field. And instead of having it being hard court, it's hard to play lacrosse and soccer on what's a pickleball court or a basketball court. Let's have a synthetic area of grass where the kids can play and have all our goals there, the lacrosse goals, the soccer goals. When the kids is in dance class and aerobics, and there's classes out front as well, on the field as well. And they moved into that area. Luke being an attorney, although not a land use attorney, he's a litigator, but he took a look at the regulations. And what he went to was the same area that I went to and Mr. Knowles went to. And is this a structure or not? Because that's, I think, our point of departure. So when he looked at the definition of structure, it speaks to a specially prepared level playing surface for tennis, basketball, paddleball, platform tennis, racquetball, or similar games, which may include a full or partially enclosed fence or practice area. What we read that was to be that it's more of what we conceptualize as a real tennis court or racquetball court, the things that we kind of know when we see it, of being specially prepared for that purpose. What he was envisioning was something that was multi-purpose. A plethora of uses could take place on the field. Just the kids running and playing, having a catch with a baseball. They use it a lot for lacrosse. I saw some videos of the kids playing lacrosse. Also some classes. I think you had some dance classes out there with one of your kids. So that's what they envision would be more useful for the family. So they did not forge ahead. They did not start construction. He called over to West Stout Associates and asked whether this was feasible or not. The folks at West Stout Associates, get their names here, Corey Jorgensen and Jay Smith, looked at the regulation and said, I think you're right. It's unclear, but there's some question on it. But yeah, I think if it's a multi-use field, it's not a structure. So you don't have to worry about the setback. But to be abundantly prudent, they called over to town hall and they spoke with one of the assistant planners in the town planner's office. And I know these things get muddled sometimes, who said what at different times. And that's why I prepared the affidavits for you, that from that telephone conversation, it was crystal clear to a point of metaphysical certainty that after that call, all three participants on our side, the two people from West Stout, landscape architects, as well as Luke, came away from that phone call having mentioned to the assistant town planner that, yes, the field will be going over the setback line, and yes, we will probably put stripes down for tennis. And they walked away from that call with in their minds, a go. And that's the way they went forward with the construction. And they've been using now the backyard for over a year. That took place in January of 2024, right, when that phone call took place. Now we know that there were some questions that have come up from the building department and from the engineering department about looking at drainage, what the nature of the field is, and we're going to answer those questions for the engineering department. It's not the but the great pebbles in the field that
right. It's not
sometimes
the rubber pebbles that present potential environmental issues. We wanted to get something natural, so it's a sand infill instead of the rubber.
So the engineering department had some questions about that and the septic, and we'll take care of those. We consider those as check the box. The more prominent question, though, is whether there's a zoning violation or not. And we submit to you that actually we think the assistant town planner had it right, that this was not a structure, that this is a multi-use field, and that the regulation could very easily be interpreted that way. And of course, we relied on that. So what the status is now. The field has been constructed, it's being used. Our clients put a very thick landscape screening to the north side of the property. Several trees of 17 to 20 feet tall were planted, number of bushes and plants. From the photos that you have, I don't know if from the backyard, it's actually magnificent. It's a beautiful backyard. Great relations with our neighbors, and it's worked out fine. However, we need to have a zoning permit, and that's why we're in front of you this evening. What we submit to you is that it would be wholly unfair and inequitable for the town planner to take a position contrary to what we had received from the assistant town planner. The town planner has the ability, with great discretion and with these particular circumstances, to issue this permit. The law is pretty clear in Connecticut that when a citizen comes to a municipal officer for advice, and that reliance is relied upon, and the reliance was induced, which it was here, and there is substantial damage that results from that, then the town is told that you're stopped from enforcing the regulation. Now, in this case, we think the interpretation was correct from the assistant town planner, but even in arguendo, the town planner was wrong, and it should not have been issued. We still should have our permit because it was relied upon. The reason I think that I'm pleased that the town planner brought this before you this evening is to get your advice on it and to look at the equities into what happened here and to find a solution. In our opinion, the solution should be the issuance of the permit. Failure to do so is really the most inequitable, unfair thing I can think about, and really is not the right result. The right result is that Mr. and Mrs. Nickus should be allowed to continue to use their backyard as they've been using without any issues for the past year. Did I miss anything, Luke, that you want to add, or?
No, I think the affidavit really lays it out. I tried to do the right thing from the very beginning. When I came in, I saw the issues with the property. I said, I want to make sure I've got, I'm a lawyer, but I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to planning and zoning. I'm not a landscape architect. So I said, I want to get the professionals that can advise me on what I don't know. I want to get the best engineering firm. We brought in Frangione Engineering. And I said, do whatever drainage plan is appropriate and complies with town regulations. If I need to put in a ton of drainage, I'll put in a ton of drainage. I'm going to hire a landscape firm that puts in the right kind of plants, the right kind of trees. I planted 17 foot, now they're 20 feet. trees all along the north side of the property. You can't even see the neighbor's house from the field. It's set down several feet. You can't even see it from the field. I wanted to make sure that we complied with the wetlands regulations. Number one, I saw the buffer there. I assumed that the boulders were a buffer. Wesley Stouts and Associates told me that's a buffer. Don't cross the buffer. I wanted to make sure the landscape plan by the landscape architects was from a professional firm that had a good relationship with the town, that was going to follow the rules. And I gave them my view of what I wanted and wanted to make sure that at every step of the way, we did everything to ensure we complied. When, as you saw in the affidavit, when we started to break ground, it was clear that the pickleball court / basketball was not a good idea. I have a very good relationship with both neighbors, Angelo Ziotis on one side. I called him. We wanted to make sure that we were in good relations with the neighbors. Pickleball, not so much, as you all have heard, and as I was reading in the newspapers. And so I said, all right, well, that doesn't really solve the plan, and I'm going to create issues there. So maybe we can do a synthetic grass field. It's good for soccer. It's good for lacrosse. It's good for football. It's good for all sorts of things that you cannot play on a hard court, on a clay tennis court. These are the types of sports that the kids play on synthetic. And so when I called Corey over at Wesley Stout, I said, this is what I read in the regulations, specifically prepared for tennis, et cetera. This is not specifically prepared for tennis, et cetera. What do you think? And he says, yes, I think you're right, but we want to make sure, because someone could interpret it differently, we want to make sure that you're not going to run into problems. We want to make sure we're not advising you to do something that violates a regulation. So we should call the town. And I said, let's call them now. I want to make sure that I'm part of this. I want to hear this because I don't want someone else to go have a conversation with the town, come back to me and said, I think you're good, and then end up in a situation where I don't know what actually happened. So he says in that moment, yes, let's call the town. He gets Jay Smith involved. He was on the project too. He designed a lot of the plans. We call the town. You saw what happened from the affidavit. We specifically described exactly what you're looking at in the November 2024 plan.
Let me stop you right there.
Of course.
Was the site plan as built submitted to the town, and was that the discussion point back and forth when you were talking to the town
No,
at that point?
we had not designed that yet.
We had not, so there was nothing on paper to be able to point to something and say, this is what we're planning.
We described it all because there's nothing,
Okay,
there's
so
nothing built yet.
Could be very easily be lost interpretation.
Well, I was on the call and he described exactly what it is. It's a multi-sport field. It's made out of synthetic grass. It's going to be these dimensions, which is materially smaller than a tennis court, actually, 110 or so by 54, so much smaller. It's going to cross over the setback line. It's only about 11 feet and it's diagonal to about 3 feet. So it's not a significant portion. And we're going to play tennis and soccer and lacrosse, and it's a multi-sport field. That retaining wall is going to be on that back side. It's just a landscape wall. It's not actually retaining anything. We're not going to cross over the wetlands. We view this as X, and we described exactly what our interpretation of the regulation was. Can we build this, or do you consider this a structure? It's not a structure. It's a multi-sport field. It's synthetic surface. It's the surface. You're fine. So we don't need to submit anything. No. It's not a structure.
But to be clear, you had your design professionals already on board, right?
That's right.
So in our definition of structure, it specifically notes tennis and other game courts as being defined as structures.
It says specifically prepared for.
No, that's a different definition. That's the definition of tennis and other game courts.
Yep.
But a structure is defined as tennis and other game courts. Don't you think that multi-purpose field qualifies as other game courts?
I don't, because you could put, it's basketball, it's racquetball. When you look at how courts are defined, you see paddle tennis, et cetera. You see specifically defined surfaces, primarily hard court, sometimes clay. This is synthetic grass.
It also says basketball court.
It does say basketball.
Right. And I get where you're coming from, right? If it didn't say basketball court, I could kind of see where you're it's only racket sports, right? But the inclusion of basketball, and tried to read all these definitions. They're terrible, and we need to fix them, and we need to make this better when we do the major text amendment. But when you read that definition of tennis and other game courts, right? It's for tennis, basketball, paddleball, platform tennis, racquetball, or similar games, right? And you guys probably know just as well as I do, back in law school, the canons of construction and statutory interpretation. And I'm going to butcher the Latin, but I think it's ejusdem generis, right? It's the, of like kinds, right? And so this catch-all similar games is kind of similar kind or of like kind, right? And so the preceding words inform what similar games could be. And so when I read that definition for similar games, I see tennis and basketball, and paddleball, platform tennis, and racquetball. The common denominator is a game with a ball, right? That's how I specifically interpret that text. And so to say that turf field for soccer and lacrosse and football, which I think were the three that were in the affidavits, don't fall within the similar games catch-all. I don't see how that's, I don't read it that way. I think if you said it was something like, I don't know, like surfing, okay, that's not a similar game. Or I think maybe if you argue that there were no ball sports here at all, you might have a different argument. But the fact that soccer, football, goes in line with basketball, right? It's prepared turf. And I know the turf you're talking about, that has to be, you go back to the definition of structure, it's attached to a location, that's the ground. I find it hard to get on board with your rationale that those sports are separate and outside of the phrase or similar games.
So two things. Number one, this is a reasonable debate to have. I don't deny that at all. And when I read it, I focus more on specifically prepared for, because when you look at those other games, tennis is played on hard court and clay. There's no significant tennis tournament played on synthetic. Football, by contrast, and soccer and lacrosse and every other game, sort of similar game that you're putting into that portion of the definition, is played on turf. The ones that are included in the definition are hard court or clay. Basketball, hard court. Racquetball, hard court, etc. And so when I read it, I read specifically prepared for and looked at, when I was talking about the structure definition, said we have to interpret this according to the plain language. It's specifically prepared for that. This is not specifically prepared for tennis, for example. If it were, then I would have built it 120 by 60. I would have put it hard court or clay. There are a whole lot of interpretive problems with not focusing on specifically. But again, this is a reasonable debate to have. I don't deny that at all, which is why I called West Sound Associates, which is why they said we should call the town to make sure this is okay, which is why the three of us got on the phone with zoning. And if you look at the website, it says call zoning with your questions. This is the person you talk to. This is the phone number you call and ask for your inquiries. And we did that. And we think Mr. Payne was correct. But ultimately, the bottom line is whether or not this is a reasonable debate. The more important question to me is when I did every single thing I thought right, when I relied on all the right professionals, all respected, when I said follow the rules, when I said this is my view, my interpretation, yours is reasonable too. Let's get the guidance of the person who's going to be, assistant to Ms. Carey, who's going to be in charge of this, according to how the town website tells me to get guidance on it. And I do that and I'm told it's okay. And then I spend a lot of money and a lot of time and completely reconfigure the entire project in reliance on that with two other people listening. And then I'm told maybe you shouldn't have done that. It would be really unfair for the enforcement, for Ms. Carey to say, you need to go, we're going to say no, you have to go to ZBA, you have to continue paying for a lawyer, you have to continue to go through this process, and you're in limbo still, even though you did everything right. And so when we think about precedent, like I think you're right that ultimately you should look at the regulations, you should make them more precise and address all those issues explicitly. But when we're talking about precedent, the precedent here is not that. The precedent here is, can a guy who's trying to do the right thing and rely on all the right people and call the right people at the town, rely on the town for guidance of what's okay and what's not okay? And
I appreciate the hardship. I mean, I completely get it. And I would be very, very angry if that happened to me. We don't have power of equity. That's right. We're just an interpretive, and even we don't even really have the power of interpretation. Obviously, it goes to different channels. We're just being asked to just be a part of that. So we're really just kind of looking at the regulations that I don't think, you know, any of us wrote at the time, but we're just using what we know to kind of, you know, assert kind of what we think and what we don't think. So, you know, I completely understand, you know, the hardship that has been created and the reasonable reliance on who said what and who didn't say something else. Did he give you anything in writing though?
He didn't.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's why I had 3 people on the call, and it said, you know, call this number at the town zoning. This is who you talk to. We're happy to answer your questions over the phone. Okay, I checked that even to make sure that was okay. Again, I don't do zoning and planning. I wanted to make sure I had all the right people and had all the people on the phone. And so ultimately, there's nothing that ZBA, as Ms. Carey said, if that's the place where more circumstances are heard, like there are no more circumstances. There were 3 people on that call. I heard it clearly. You can see I went to the town, got the approval. I never in a million years would have done this, knowing I had to go back to the town and was dealing with the town and just change it materially without asking and making sure it was okay and having the professionals guide me to make sure it's okay. And so at the end of the day, like that's the precedent we should really be looking at. And if we end up at the ZBA, it just means that I'm told no permit, denied, which is not a fair or reasonable decision. And I think even though you're not a sort of panel of equity, so to speak, but you should respectfully give guidance that in these circumstances, the homeowner shouldn't have to go to the ZBA, shouldn't get the enforcement action, especially when you're told there are no more circumstances about that phone call that you haven't already heard. Mr. Payne doesn't remember the phone call. There were 3 people, and I've signed an affidavit under penalty of perjury. I mean, if you know anything about what it means to do that as a lawyer in particular, and I think we've got lawyers in the commission, but anyone else who signed one for sure, I would never in a million years sign an affidavit like that if I wasn't 100% crystal clear on what happened. And so
Completely understood. Completely understood.
Could I address some comments?
Can I just make a suggestion
Okay,
first?
yeah.
I mean, because we're not hearing an application this evening, we are making a deliberation and interpretation of our regulations.
Correct.
It is my sense that unless commissioners have additional questions for the party before us, that we should contain our conversation to ourselves and not do a back and forth of questions with the applicant, because really we're not here. I understand your situation. It's incredibly unfortunate, but we're not here to decide on that this evening. We're here to decide on what these definitions mean. And so I think continuing to go back and forth is just going to mire us down in a conversation that goes much longer than it needs to. So I would encourage us to ask any questions we need to get answers from these guys, and then to move on and start a conversation and get clarity from the planner where we need to. But I don't think going back over the details is going to help us clarify what these definitions mean.
Is there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, if you just suffer a little bit of leeway on my part, you know, to Mr. Radman's comment about what was said and, you know, what the context was. I don't think in all my years I've ever put together like a set of affidavits like that. It's very unusual. I mean, it usually doesn't occur to me. And when I quizzed Luke closely, I had a raised eyebrow too. I sat down with the folks at West Down and we prepared affidavits as well. Did that to impart to you just how serious we believe and how confident we are in our position of what really happened here. And to Mr. Knowles' point about interpretation, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a standard way of construction. But there's also a standard of construction in land use law in Connecticut, which talks to any interpretation which would result like an unusual outcome or a bizarre consequence, I think is the phrase that you see in the case law when there's interpretation of regulations. And I think the mere fact that we're having this colloquy here and the fact that, you know, we can read the definition in the regulation in different ways, and that we had one decision that we assert came from the assistant town planner, and maybe others feel it might be different, I think speaks to the fact of the ambiguity and the vagueness in the regulations themselves. Which again,
We're fully aware of that.
which cuts to equity, you know, toward my clients, I think. And I don't want to put words in the town planner's mouth, Ms. Carey's mouth, but you allude to this too, that at the end of your memo, you speak to the fact that you can read it this way, can read it this way. You have your own, you know, feeling on that. But also you point out to the fact that the commission probably ought to be looking at this when you do your redo on the zoning regulations. I mean, I can think just off the top of my head, a number of bizarre consequences that could happen. So, you know what, I have a flat yard in my backyard. So I put, you know, outline of tennis lines, and I play on the grass court. Have I created a tennis court now if it goes over the setback? I put a basketball court on my driveway years ago, and I actually extended the driveway, the asphalt area, put a Belgian block around it. So my kids, sadly, they've left the house now, but they could play basketball in my backyard. If I created a structure by the mere fact that I kind of framed out, you know, a basketball pole, you know, for them to play basketball, even though it's part of my driveway, there's a lot of ambiguities in this regulation, but the town planner does have the power of equity, because the town planner can look at what really happened here and realize that we should be stopped, is the word, prevented from a strict enforcement of the regulation, as maybe I might see it or another person might see it, due to the fact of the fact pattern that brought us to this point. And the law in Connecticut is very clear on that. And the reliance that my clients had on what they heard from town hall was significant. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on the construction in the back of this house.
Understood. Ms. Carey?
So I want to clarify just a few points, you know, that have been raised. First and foremost, this, you know, when we found out about the expanded use along with engineering, health, and wetlands in November of 2024, there's no permit that we need to issue. I'm coming to you all because I'm trying to determine if I issue a notice of violation or not on the property, ordering them to remove the point of setback. So there's no permit that needs to be issued here. I'm truly just trying to determine, is it violating our regulations, and therefore I need to issue a notice of violation. So there's no permit that.
I was talking about the permit that hasn't been issued for the work at the house. I'm sorry.
So it's the CO that needs to be signed off on. Yep. There's a building permit that they received in 2024 for some outdoor work that we're not signing off on the CO while we figure out if there's a violation on the property or not. So with that in mind, you know, I've spoken to the town attorney, because again, with my department, if we made a mistake, we are the first to own up to it. If, you know, there's been a mistake, we deal with it, we work it through. We're not trying to cover up a mistake or anything like that. In this case, myself and the town attorney, from what I told the town attorney, we disagree respectfully with, you know, what they're stating about estoppel and whatnot. And, you know, we hear the point with the affidavits, but we do disagree that phone call, if it did or did not occur, is enough to wash them of their responsibility for, you know, submitting an updated plan to wetlands, health, and engineering, in addition to our department. So with that, you know, I'm coming to you guys to not talk about who was right, who was wrong, how we ended up to this point. I'm trying to just look at these definitions, because if they had in fact called us, or had called me, for example, or submitted it in an email to me, I frankly would have probably come to you guys and said, hey, it's a whole turf field in a setback. What do we want to do with that? So that's why I'm coming to you now. I'm trying to act as if this hasn't been built yet, to figure out if it does or does not, you know, impact the regulations.
So let's take it from there and then delve into the definition specifically. And, you know, we, as you might know already, we are in the process of updating our zoning regulations, and there's a lot of legacy definitions, legacy regulations, and gray areas within our zoning regulations that we need to clean up. Right? These types of unclear definitions that, some of these go back 20, 30 years when pickleball didn't exist, turf didn't exist. They were written with all good intentions of trying to protect neighbors and, properties, property values, et cetera, from being encroached on by these types of uses. I can see where in the tennis and game courts definition, and this is to the commissioners, right? I can see where those specific items, tennis, basketball, paddleball, platform tennis, racquetball, or similar games, where those are lumped together because those specific sports do require a specific type of surface to play on. And whether or not that then informs the fact that you need to create a structure for that surface, right? Paddle, racquetball, requires, the metal planking deck, right? Platform tennis, same thing. Paddleball, same thing. Basketball, you need a hard surface, whether that's asphalt or something else. Tennis, you have, 2 or maybe 3 options. Turf is usually not one of them, but and are we, with this in this particular case, the fact that it's striped, now again, our definitions don't call out anything with striping as being the defining factor of whether it's a court or not. There's nothing in there for that.
I mean, I would argue that you're ignoring similar games, right?
Yep.
Because
Agreed.
because there's somebody wrote this, and there was a reason that they put similar games in there, right? Because they knew, going to give them benefit after wrote that they knew that there were other things that weren't being included, right? And so, like I said, like it's not everything, but the preceding terms inform what similar games could entail, right? And tennis can be played on grass, right? There are grass courts, Wimbledon, all over the place, right? But especially prepared, let's just parse out the words, especially prepared, level playing surface for similar games.
Mm-hmm.
This is artificial turf. This is a specially prepared surface that it's incredibly expensive to buy. It's, we had the whole talk about the baseball field, and how I felt about the baseball field, but you gotta certainly attach it. It's got to be prepped. There's a lot that goes into it in order to play these games as a as a baseball field, as a soccer field, as a football field, as a lacrosse field. And so when you parse out the language and you take the similar games, and look, I think if we were saying that this was simply just, I'm putting a 10 by 10 piece of turf out there to do weightlifting outside, it's a completely different argument because of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words that precede similar games. Because in my view, they all have the use of a sport with a ball, right? And we're being told that that's kind of what is being done, and the affidavits say that. And so I think you can't ignore similar games when you read this definition.
So I would just,
but isn't it presented more as a field rather than a court? It's striped for tennis, but it's not dimensionally acceptable for tennis. It says in the regulation, partially or fully enclosed. The stone wall is certainly not acceptable for any racket sport. It seems to me that the stripes are what kind of give the illusion that it's a court, but it really doesn't look like a court to me at all. Looks like a field.
But I would also argue to your partial enclosure, it says which may include a full or partial. It's not required. So I would say, put that off to the side.
if I could add another comment just for context of enforcement we've done in the past, we're actively doing one right now. We have a batting cage on Douglas Road that was built without a permit in their setback, and it's turf, but it's a full-on batting cage. It's a concrete pad, but then it's got turf on top of it. And we are treating that as a game court, because we have neighbors complaining, there's a batting cage, 10 feet from my house because it's in a small lot zone. So just for context of, other things that we do have going on at the same time. So staff has taken a loose approach to what the definition of a game court is for baseball specifically. This is not that, but just for reference.
This is Commissioner Chris. I'm sympathetic to Commissioner Knoll's comments, which I think are well stated. When I read the terms, again, specially prepared level playing surface, it's a surface, it's level, people play on it, and especially prepared, even by the property owner's statement. It's a field with artificial turf on it. There's sand and infill. This takes preparation. It's not sticking a few poles in the ground and playing badminton in the backyard. It's a different kind of situation. As far as the type of surface, I'm agnostic. I've seen clay, artificial turf, real grass, asphalt, hard true, wood, and everything else under the sun. All of these can be used and would, in my mind, be a surface. It could be mixed depending on what you were doing. And so if I read this, again, the similar games is there for a reason. I would agree with Commissioner Knowles, because it's not meant to be inclusive of just, pick one of these sports, but these types of sports be illustrative, because you never know when you write it exactly. It's like crafting Constitution. You're never sure exactly what's going to be invented going forward. So you want to state things in a clear enough and yet flexible enough way so that it can encompass developments such as pickleball, which I never heard of 10 years ago. And so it really seems to be this type of facility, frankly. And that's my take on this.
So, commissioners, to Planner Carey's bubble diagram on the association and game.
So, but before we get to that, I think we need to consider the question of whether the town can tell someone that it's okay to go ahead, and then just change their mind after they've got the party has gone ahead, and my feeling, I guess probably what might happen is if we decide that this was a structure and it violates the rules, that then they would go to the ZBA and try to get a variance to cure that, and of course they may or may not get that, but I assume they would. But I don't see why, my inclination would be to suggest to Sarah, notwithstanding her view that it's not relevant, that, given that it appears that we did give that advice, that we should go ahead and issue the permit based on the interpretation that we had supplied to them at that time. I tend to feel that it is, that I agree that it is probably a tennis court and a structure, so as to make a permit, make the issuance of a CO improper, assuming that was the proper interpretation. But I think, if we're going to change our mind as to what the interpretation should be, it should be for the next guy and not for this guy, where we gave them a different story. So I think that's the real issue here. Whether that's, Sarah says it's not relevant and we shouldn't worry about it, but I don't understand quite why we wouldn't suggest to Sarah that, she should adhere to the position that was taken by her staff for the purpose of this particular application.
So, my staff does not take the position that they provided that advice to the applicant. I'm trying to not hash that out, because again, I think that would be better suited for ZBA, but we do not believe that occurred, that we provided that advice to them. Further, we do not issue permits or give, you know, final advice to residents, applicants over the telephone. We always do it in writing or through our OpenGov online platform system. So we think that there's some confusion with the facts. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but we do not agree fully with, you know, what has been stated. We're not sure what happened, but we do not provide that advice, final advice over the telephone.
And look, that's not the inquiry here. The
That's not-
inquiry of
yeah.
us is the interpretation.
Right. I think
When
it's a
they,
distraction.
everybody else can deal with, you can deal with reasonable reliance on a separate track. We are here to interpret the regulations. And I just want to make sure that we stick to our inquiry because
Stay in our lane.
So
I want to be
Right.
clear because again, this is myself and my staff and our reputation. If we had put this in writing to them that said the field can be over the setback line, this would not be brought to you. And whether I had changed my mind, we would not be saying, oh, we've changed our mind. If it were in writing, there would be absolutely no question. It's just, we don't recall saying this over the phone. So we don't think we're changing our minds.
that's an issue for
Frankly.
another
Yep.
day.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah.
So going back to the association diagram, commissioners, in seeing the site plan and seeing the image of what's currently there with the striped court on the turf, if it was not striped, if there was no definition of a court, that it was just an open turf field, would that change your opinion?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't think striping is dispositive of whether it's a similar for other similar games.
Okay.
So just to summarize, the general consensus is that this would meet the definition of tennis and other game courts as we've currently defined it, which, as we've already stated, may need some revision, but that's where we're at right now.
The regulations as of today, this would meet the definition.
I would agree with that.
I would agree.
Agreed?
I think I got
You need us to
4
vote?
agrees. I'd prefer, just so I'm clear,
Okay.
but
Do we need a motion on the vote or?
no, I mean, do you
Yes,
agree? You know,
I just make one observation that by taking that interpretation, you are concluding that anyone who builds a recreational field in their backyard for multi-purpose use to do 1,000 different things on that area that they've built, that isn't green grass, but is synthetic turf, is now going to be considered a structure for purposes of the regulation as you look at it.
That is,
Yes.
that's how we've approached all the recent applications that have come before us, for specifically the one on the east side, forget the name of the road. The multi-purpose court that we thought was a pickleball court that stayed a multi-purpose court. The woman who had the Pilates class and came back to us a second time.
Rilling Ridge.
yeah, Rilling
Same-
Ridge.
Similar application, but we made them come back and revise the application so that the court in its entirety was within the setbacks.
You mean not within the
Well, it's not a court.
Sorry, not within the
It's a-
setbacks, right?
It's a field.
Sorry?
It's a field. It's
Yeah, I would.
it's simply not made of grass. It's made of synthetic man-made fiber.
But I mean, to this point, it had St. Luke's come to us, and I know the parking garage, and that was kind of a bit of a different thing, but assume the parking garage wasn't part of that, and they said, we want to build this turf field, and we're gonna put it in the setback, we would have said no.
I think that goes back to the yard definition of where yard setback, where it mentions the word use, which we've gotten stuck on multiple times, staff wise has. Uses in theory can't be in this.
This is a specifically prepared level playing surface. Lined, there's no definite, there's nothing in there that says it has to be lined, nothing, there's nothing in there that says it has to be, if you mowed this down low and you put in sod and you lined it to play soccer, I don't think that meets definition. But the fact that you've done the turf, and again, equity notwithstanding, I think the fact that you've done the turf and prepared the turf, and Commissioner Kriz mentioned, and we heard when they talked about the baseball field, all that went into it. I think that's, to me, kind of the determinative factor.
But every sport mentioned is a court sport. right? And it's clearly not a court. It's a field. I mean, it's not lined for any other sports or most aren't even played on artificial turf. I mean, so I mean, I would argue that it's a field and not a court.
I guess I don't understand the difference
Yeah.
between a court and a field if you're playing recreational sports on it.
Well, I mean, I would let Mr. Sweeney talk to that, but I mean, are we saying that you can't put an artificial turf field?
In your setback?
Yeah.
Yes,
In your
that's what we're
setback,
saying.
Anyway.
In your setback, yes, that's what we're saying.
And I would say that because it is, you know, a specially prepared level playing surface. And most all sports are within some sort of set boundaries of some sort. Baseball, football, curling, you know, even skeet shooting, it's all within a certain geographic space.
Again, our reading of it was both Luke's as well as the West Stout folks, as well as, you know, the issue about calling town hall was that when you read the language, it refers to an area specifically designed for, then there's a laundry list of things. Does say other similar things at the end, but the laundry list is meaningful. It means something. And if you look at that category of items, they're racket type of things, which you infer there's a structure that goes with it. You're putting a platform together for paddle tennis. You're putting a big enclosure in for a tennis court with hard shoe down for the tennis court. There's something that common sense kind of tells us is what you think you're talking about there. That's simply a playing field where kids are dancing on the field and they're rolling around and they're wrestling and they're throwing the lacrosse ball back and forth. That's what this is.
So I would just want to add very quickly, I think, you know, just for clarity, I don't think you all are saying, but correct me if I'm wrong, someone in the B-res zone with their, you know, tiny lot, if they didn't want grass and they wanted artificial turf instead of grass, that could still be in the setback if it's just their lawn, but they've chosen to have artificial turf. That's not.
There's a
Yeah.
difference. There's a difference between what I'm seeing in the photos here and
Just putting
guy
turf
who
in
lives
your
down the street,
setback.
who I know he's put artificial turf in between his front wall and the sidewalk. That's on a slope, right? This is flat. This is rectangular. There is intent and purpose in the special preparation of that surface.
So you want to take a level?
A level surface, right? We said level 2. That's another thing, right? That's right. That's a slope. This is a level surface.
So I mean, I think I understand your 5 opinions. Other 3 I'm not totally sure of, so we could do a vote if that's easiest for you all to wrap this up.
Okay.
The other.
Okay.
So a show of hands, if you would consider this type of space to be a tennis and other game court according to the definition on page 38.
Yep, 38.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know about Knag or Swordlow.
Yeah,
My hand is up.
I agree.
Okay. So Swordlow agrees.
Owen. Okay.
And Paul Knight agrees.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Moving on.
Thanks for your time.
All right, we're moving on to our public hearing items. I'm going to read the next 3 items, 5, 6, and 7 on the agenda because we'll be hearing all 3 of them together.
I'll be recusing myself for this one.
And Chairman Radman is recusing himself. And yeah, let's take 5 minutes. We'll resume at 9:39-ish.
Okay, we're good.
We're good? All right, so this is still the June 24th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We just took a brief break. We are now entering the public hearing section of our meeting, and we have 3 items that we'll hear in a row. I'm going to read the agenda items out loud. We're going to do something a little out of order because we do have a member of the public who's been waiting for a couple hours now to speak. So we'll take some public comment first, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Rucci to walk us through the presentation. All right, so item 5, discussion and consideration of the request of David Rucci, Lampert, Tui, and Rucci LLC to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, amended December 6, 2024 to amend sections 5.4.c to allow the Planning and Zoning Commission to reduce certain requirements for legally non-conforming lots in order to facilitate redevelopment in the apartment zone. Complete copy of the proposed amendment is on file in the office of the town clerk and the Planning and Zoning Department, and also online. Item number 6, 14 Richmond Hill Road. Upon application of David Rucci, Lampert, Tui, and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for 14 Richmond Hill LLC owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 8.2 and 5.4.c to allow the non-conforming 4-family to be rebuilt utilizing a 15-foot side yard setback and 30% coverage in the apartment zone at 20 Richmond Hill Road, map K, block 10, lot 924. And then lastly, item number 7, 20 Richmond Hill Road, upon application of David Rucci, Lampert, Tui, and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for 20 Richmond Hill LLC owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 8.2 and 5.4.c.6 to allow a non-conforming 4-family site to be replaced with a 3-family consisting of 30% coverage and 15-foot side yard setbacks in the apartment zone at 20 Richmond Hill Road. Okay, so like I said, we're going to open with some public comment from the gentleman here in the room who would like to speak. You can come up. Is the podium microphone on, Sarah? Yeah, why don't you come up to the podium and you can speak at that microphone. I believe the gentleman is going to speak about the special permit applications, not the text amendment, just so everyone's clear.
This has to do with the applications for the variances and the permits for 14 and 20 Richmond Hill Road. I don't want to.
Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Okay, my name is Michael Farrell. I live at 193 Park Street, and part of the Parkview Condominium Association. These properties border directly upon the 14 Richmond Hill Road. So I'm speaking partly for the association and partly for my own, the borders of my condo and my neighbors. We understand the thoroughness and the study that's going into the considerations. Have no problems about, I'd say, no problems. I'm quite happy to accept the recommendations that have been put forth and the recommendations of the planning group. I would like to briefly call attention, though, to parts of the plan that is proposed, particularly the landscaping section. This comes about because I'm speaking for the neighbors who are directly involved. I've been at my location for more than 20 years, looking out at the existing buildings, and I believe it's time they were replaced with something better. I completely agree with the objectives of providing better accommodations, better improvements in the properties in New Canaan. As I only today first had the opportunity to go through the details, which are quite impressive, the quality of the work that's gone into it. However, the landscaping plan, in effect, appears to be problematical. There's a reference in the text to the fact that one issue has been left for question or consideration by the town engineer and is expected to be resolved. My presumption is that's within the body of the text. You're probably familiar with it. Probably has to do with drainage or the like. That piece of property has quite a variance in its elevation from one corner to another. That'll have to be dealt with. The landscaping plan does not deal with this in a way that rationally fits. In effect, it seems to assume that there will be a moat along one border. The plan makes no mention or consideration of the fact that there's one high stone retaining wall, which has been there for more than 40 years and is beginning to lean on the adjacent property. The landscaping plan gives the impression that this plan meets the usual town objectives of having properties defined by some landscaping. I think the plan of conservation and development refers to the idea that it's generally proper to do this. The plan, which is included in the materials today, in effect, seems to retire entirely on its western and eastern and southern borders as well, on what is done on the adjacent properties, gives no recognition to the consideration of a retaining wall on the adjacent eastern property, but simply says that we will have a grass lawn up to this. Presently, the property is the property drains that come from the roof to ditches, which are run through fields of Pachysandra, ditches roughly 12 to 18 inches wide with gravel bottoms. Those, in effect, run through, take the roof drainage and what comes off the driveway and the land, runs it through a field of Pachysandra with ditches in it, and then dumps it on the adjacent properties. The plan for the buildings themselves doesn't, or the landscaping plan, which should cover this, doesn't recognize that. This may work itself out in the process of the building permits necessary for grading. The plan for landscaping shows a retaining wall and in effect says that that will be made of the plan presents a screening to be put in an area that will obviously require a retaining wall, and simply says that this is to be settled on concrete footings and in a compacted substrate. Some obvious failures that will have to be dealt with in the steps as they go forward. So I've seen this first today. I'm pointing out some problems that have to do with the borders of the project. The drainage, of course, is serious. The condition of the neighbors, our retaining walls, is significant. The failure of the exceptions to the zoning requirements don't seem to impose any burden whatsoever on the builders to do something better about the borders for which they are responsible and to present let's say, a workable plan, particularly for the southern borders where it says there will be patios. Once again, these are matters that I don't know how this will work out, but I know certainly the building department will be looking carefully at all the aspects, many of these aspects, and they may be resolved. So I simply ask that the process not be delayed, but there be some provision for resolving these issues in a satisfactory way and not consider that this is the way it's going to be done. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rucci, I just want to make sure you're going to be able to address the concerns this
And
gentleman.
I can address that really quickly now, just since you're here, because I know that you, unless you want to stay for the whole presentation, but the landscape plan is not really indicative of what the drainage plan is going to be like. In fact, we have separate engineering plans into the engineering department. They have to sign off on whatever we do to this property, and we're required to have zero net runoff from the property. So I think the drainage is going to be vastly improved from what you're seeing today on your property. Then when what it is when we're finished with the property. As far as the landscaping goes, yes, it's true. A lot of these, and I have it up on the screen for at least 14. This retaining wall over here is not on our property, so I don't think we can do much with that. We're not allowed to do anything with a property not on our property with that retaining wall. We do have plantings that are going inside the property line here, and we are certainly relying on those large hedges for additional screening that are not on our property. But from a pure drainage perspective, the landscape plan is not necessarily indicative of what's going to happen. That's going to be the drainage plan. And that drainage plan is being reviewed right now by the town engineer. And she may have additional comments as to things that she wants changed. If this application is approved in any way, shape, or form, it would be conditioned on the town engineer confirming that the site meets all the town of New Canaan drainage standards. So I definitely think you're going to see a big improvement in water, at least. As far as screening goes, we're required to have 50% screening on 50% landscaped area on the property. And we are proposing more trees kind of on the interior of this southern wall. And there's 7 trees along that side right now. I don't know. Are those evergreens? Do you know?
Yeah. Scrolling down.
They're listed as arborvitaes.
Arborvitaes. So they're going to be of an evergreen type also on that back screen wall, which will hopefully provide, pick up some drainage as well.
How are you going to deal with the differences in elevation between the first floor elevation on the garage side and the significant fall off in the southwest corner?
I mean, that's definitely an engineering issue that's going to have to be addressed for sure. And a building department issue, to your point.
And will probably require a great deal of fill or something to raise the levels. So that in effect will come about through the building department's review.
For sure, when we go in for a foundation permit.
We can depend then on the building department to follow through on solving these issues and providing us better protection. And at some time, we'll need to discuss the condition of the 6-foot-high old stone retaining wall, which is visibly separating on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say to that, just so that I don't give any misinformation to you, that's not on our property, that retaining wall.
I recognize that.
So yeah, I'm sure the applicant would be more than happy to talk to the association when they're doing work out there.
If it falls, it'll fall on your property.
Oh, well, I'm sure that we can look into that issue and talk directly to you as neighbors.
No, well, this is
yeah.
something that we would hope then to work out and in the process. And I'm happy that you have explained it to me. And I look forward to talking with let's say, whoever will whoever can help us to come to a neighborly agreement for making everything work.
Yeah, I would love you to leave your name and number if you could just leave that for me before you walk out so that I have that information.
Right.
That would be great. Okay.
Just knock on the door. I'm next door.
I could do that. Well, I'm not going to do that.
Question.
Generally ask questions for public comment.
I have no further comments. I'm happy to answer questions.
Much for your time. If you're free to stick around. I think you might learn some things if you want to listen to this, but if you also want to go home, you can probably watch it on NC 79, channel 79.
Will this pertain to the same properties?
Yes, yes. So what we're about to hear from the applicant is
Well,
going to
then
proceed.
I must stay. Thank you.
All right, and for anyone who's listening on Zoom, I will ask for public comment again a little bit later if there's anybody else. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rucci to start the conversation.
Sure. So the way I was looking at walking through the application, I put out my normal 40 or 50 page brief for you guys. It's all there if you need it. And it's only this large because I have two applications and the text change with it. It's usually not as long as this. But what I thought I would do is thank you, Mr. Knowles, for giving your comments to us. I know that you were struggling with coming up with all of them at the same time because you got the information late that we gave you last time. So it was very helpful to get additional comments that we could respond to today. So I thought I would briefly go through the text change, but not necessarily the whole show that we've done the last couple hearings. So one of the questions that came up last time was looking at this text change, and there was a question, and it was really our issue to the extent that we are saying that 15-foot side yards is the minimum, is the most you can go on either side. Before, there was a question back in 1955, you could have an 8-foot side yard. And I think Mr. Engel brought that up, but we were not asking for that. So now we've changed the proposal to say that you can never be less than 15 feet. And then the front and the side yard, the front and the rear yards are both 25. We have not changed the buildable coverage number of 30%. And we've kept the other language in there about the overall development, the structures being in harmony with the existing development of the zone, and they'd be obviously of high quality, including high quality construction, et cetera. The next was the apartment zone regulations, and I've added in a couple more points here. And one of the questions that came up last time was there any sort of correlation between the building height going to 40 feet and the coverage going down to 25%? And I looked through a lot of the minutes for all the meetings. It actually turns out that the 40 feet didn't come in until 2005, right, in this particular spot. And so it was 30% in 1960, it moved down to 25% in 1980, 1986, 2025, it's still at that particular number. The height sort of stayed the same all the way until 2005. And at that time, I went through all the minutes of those meetings. From like 2003 to 2005 is when they basically did most of this, looking at this particular height issue. And I couldn't find anything specific as to the apartment zone and the height, but what they were talking about during that entire time was the fact that they didn't have a total height number. So everybody was using 30 feet as sort of the midpoint, and I put down the rule before 2005 down here in highlight in bold. And what was happening, it seems to me, is that people were actually, they could get the 30 feet, but then they could build to 45 feet. So from a total height perspective. So that's when they added in this total height calculation that was not in any of the regulations prior to that. So I actually think it had very little to do with coverage or anything of that nature. You could technically have built, I think maybe, I'm not really sure why they had, what was going on with the 45 feet or 50 feet, but 40 feet was definitely as a total height number. It had nothing to do, the 30 feet was still being essentially the same thing in the midpoint of the roof. So there was no correlation directly between the percentages and the 40 feet. And in fact, it came in much later. And like I said, it was an overall, to all the height regulations for all the zones. They put in the total height number at that particular time. The next question that came up was, could we figure out from a GIS map perspective, because we made a whole bunch of arguments that, really what we're doing with the zone is we're kind of coming more into conformance with this text change based on what's happened in the past. And so we did ask Town Planner Kleppen, who I think is on tonight as well, to sort of use GIS maps. And he's put a memo into the file as well for that, indicating how he went and looked at these particular properties that we could identify. And it shows that, you know, not only the density issues, but it is showing some coverages that they look like they're mostly anywhere from 25, 26% to as high as about 35%. That's what we could find from the GIS data that we could put out. It was much harder to find the setbacks on the GIS to calculate those, but there were certainly some. And in fact, our properties today are over the setbacks. And they've been in effect since like 1955. So anything that was, you know, built in and around that time likely used the 15-foot setbacks. But once again, that was not something we could absolutely find at the time. But I can tell you that in the applications that we're bringing this evening, both our properties are from the side yard 15, 16, 18 feet away from the side yard to begin with today. So that's not really changing to a certain extent with at least what we're proposing. And this was, we went through this before, this was just the fact that this 15%, this 15-yard setbacks is something that was pretty consistent between 1959 and 1980. We think the big difference here on allowing this text change to go through is the fact that we are required to do the 50% landscaped area. That is not something that necessarily you have to do with a single family or a two family building in these particular, in this particular zone. I mean, a single family can go to 8 feet in this zone and still be 30, 35 feet in height. And as Sarah, the town planner, gave some good examples in her memo as to sort of what the different coverages are going to be in the particular zone based on what we're asking to do for sort of multifamily versus what a single family or a two family you could build today under the existing regulations. And I think it just, you know, reiterating a little bit about what I said before, I just thought it was important to note that it really seems like after this regulations have gone through, you're really seeing the opposite effect of what density should be in this particular zone. And I just give these examples again: 15 Richmond Hill going to three units to a single family, 12 going from 2 units to a single family, 25 going from 2 units to a single family, and 2 going to 1, and on some of the South Avenue properties. And that's not really what we're trying to accomplish in the apartment zone, just from a townwide perspective. And then I just recapping once again, you know, we believe this text change is providing relief for these non-conforming properties, bringing more properties into conformity. We do not believe it's going to have a significant impact on the zone or any of the other properties, just based on what we've been able to identify so far, what's happened in the past. And of course, by allowing additional units in the zone, that's, you know, what the plan of conservation development wants. We want more density, we want more families, whether they're seniors, whether they're singles, to be able to live closer to town, walking distance to town.
Okay, so can we pause here and see if there's any questions on the questions or comments, things we want to discuss? You'll have a second bite at the apple once we wrap up the whole presentation, but things about the text amendment that need to be discussed now, or questions for Mr. Rucci?
I mean, thank you. I appreciate the report that was put in. I appreciate the information. I think I may have asked for something different through Sarah, but I think the table gets at what I was getting at, right? That you're you know, there are what, like 70, there are like 70 or 80 properties, right? But these are the only ones that were of non-conforming in terms of density.
We could identify with the GIS. I think there's about 65 properties.
Right.
Those were the only ones that we could really identify from the GIS. And I would say that whole strip sort of on Seminary is almost like an outlier. Like those are all really, really small kind of 2-family lots for the most part. So I kind of threw those out in the sense that they weren't really comparable to what you could do to a certain extent. So that probably takes out 20 properties maybe.
Right. No, I definitely know. Yeah. I just want to restate why I asked for all this, because of, you know, we can't just, in my world, if this came through, and I know I work in a city of 8 million people and this is a town of 20,000, but it would take 18 months. There would be 6 public hearings in all different boroughs just to get to this moment, right? And you would you know, apples get thrown on my head and all that sort of stuff. But I just want to, because we're doing something on a district-wide basis to put in the analytics. And I think the data is what drives the decision-making by us. And I think that's the key here. And, you know, I've read certain things in the application that said, well, you know, setbacks are just arbitrary and people are just picking side yards. And I don't think that's the case. I think the case is it's driven by context, it's driven by, you know, light and air, it's driven by a lot of other things. And so I appreciate that you guys did the homework basically, because I think that really helps in, you know, me supporting, you know, this. You know, I think as I said, I'm supportive of the density argument. I think most of us have been supportive of the density argument from the beginning. But I do, you know, going back to, I guess, slide 3 and, you know, what Commissioner Engel said at the last meeting, the trade-off between height and coverage, and then more height, less coverage. And I know you've looked and it's this, you know, I haven't had a chance to, I don't know what the minutes are, but to, you know, find out that there wasn't 40 feet. It was this kind of, you know, roof height sort of point thing in 2005. And that's where it, you know, kind of went up to 40 feet. I still have a little bit of concern on if we do let the coverage increase, that the height doesn't change. And so I would propose, and we can talk about it, would be to that, I guess that 40-foot number, to bring it down to 35. It would change. And I think because of the discussions that Commissioner Chris has brought up about the loom, about kind of just the bulkiness of the size of the building, and that this is more of a test case. You know, we haven't seen kind of this sort of bulk in a while. I would be more comfortable with the overall height being slightly lower. I don't think it changes your, you know, floor to ceiling height on the 3rd floor. I think it just changes kind of your roof height. And so from an outward visual, you know, how it looks, I think that would be something that I would be, you know, in support of.
I mean, right now, you know, the total height is really being measured from the pre-grade of the property. So on one level, you can raise that gets raised a lot of times to get your height down to a certain event. So, I mean, you're really just talking, well, I mean, I think it would be helpful also when we see some of the renderings.
That's what I was, I mean,
Yeah,
the
and by the way, it's also not 40, our particular applications are 39 and 37 for whatever it's worth.
Right.
So it's not technically 40. I mean, it can be up to 40 with a special permit. I mean, special permit, you can say, listen, I want you to be 39, or I need you to be 37 based on whatever we have here. But 40 is just being honestly consistent with what's there today already. Understand that we're asking for 5% more coverage, but what's there today and what's there really throughout the rest of many of the total heights throughout the zone. So I don't know how significant that is one way or the other, whether it's at 40 or whether it's at 37 or whether it's at 35 or 39. I mean, what it does do is it brings down, I guess you could do flat roofs at 35 or something like that. I mean,
we wouldn't want to do, but can I just touch upon something as well?
yeah, sure.
So we actually also measured heights of a few of our neighbors, and our neighbors to the peak of their roofs are 38 and 39 feet. Our roof heights are 37 and 39. Some of our neighbors are also towering. They're a little higher elevation than our lot. So we're, as far as looking at our property from Richmond Hill, we're significantly lower than the association that's to the southwest of us, as well as the neighbor directly to the right. I haven't measured which one.
Two Maple, which is 32% with it, which is 32% estimated coverage. That's at 38 feet height, and then 29 Richmond is at 39 feet height, which is 2 doors down.
And I understand the existing, but again, I think with the additional coverage, and again, we're going through, I don't want to crutch on the process that we're going through, but you know, do we still like the built form to be really tall buildings, or do we want to increase coverage? and you've asked to increase coverage, and I think you guys can serve as a test case, it's shorter. And then, you know, again, because loom was brought up and the concept was brought up a lot, and you are extending out your, to the setback line, especially on the side yards, 15 feet, you're gonna be closer to, you know, the neighboring buildings, right, and shadows, and we don't do an impact study, but all that sort of thing, that the shadows will, you know, potentially affect them more because your sidewalls will be closer to the neighboring property. So I think is kind of a middle ground, and maybe somewhere is that, you know, you reduce the overall height to 35.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing with the 35 is that we're going to be lower than most everyone. So, I mean, I don't think from a fitting into the neighborhood situation, at least on these particular two pieces of property. And also, the special permit, you can go up to 40 feet. So if someone comes in later on and you're like, that 40 feet really doesn't fit into the neighborhood, then you could make the argument that it has to be lowered to a 37 or 39 in our particular case. I mean, our designs right now are based on the 39 on one and 37 on the other. And as Mr. Ravona said, and Mr. Sisler said, these are all things that are next to us today. Like, these are no different than what we're building today. But I mean, that's your decision. Obviously, in the end, we're asking for up to 40 feet. In fact, it's not quite 40 feet on our two applications, but that is what we're asking for. So I think I'll go through the applications if you don't mind now, unless there's anything else on the text change other than
Yeah,
this.
so let's table the height. I think it's a conversation we need to continue to have. Are there any other questions on the text change though, before we?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I'm starting with 14, which is the rear property. So here's Richmond Hill. It's a piece of property that has a shared access way. This is 20 in the front, 14 sits in the back. This is just to give you sort of idea. This is what you look at. This is the beginning of 14 right here, this sort of side house, and then it kind of is a U shape that goes around into the back here. You can see the nice part about it is there is a lot of screening already, at least on this east side of the property. These are not our screening trees, but they're obviously very helpful. These are the condos in the back on Park Street. There's one side looking up towards Park Street, and then this is sort of the back side of that particular unit of the property. There's some trees back here. Once again, not on our property. I think this may be the retaining wall that was talked about earlier. Yeah, this retaining wall right here, it's not on our property. I think our fence is the property line right here. You can see it's, you know, unfortunately pretty dilapidated buildings right now. This is looking back out towards Richmond Hill. So this is sort of the walkway that comes into here, and this is what Rich looks out, and this is 20 right here, just to give you some idea of what it looks like. Here's the survey. You can see as of now, the property itself, we have side yards right now of about 15 feet on one side and 16 feet on the other side. There's a frame, dwelling here that's in the setback. There's another frame dwelling here that's in the setback, shed on the setback. Obviously, the whole point of it is the application is to clean this all up, get rid of the setbacks, have a kind of a conformity, and bring these properties into conformance. So with the side yards as currently they are, we're at 15 and 16 today, and we will eventually, if approved, go to 15 on each. Now, this is 4 units in the back. Once again, you enter from this way, and from the street here, here's 20 in front of you, and here's the 4 multifamily units in the back. We're proposing 25-foot setbacks on both the front and the rear, and 15 feet on the side. Yes.
If I may, just it's a simple one. It's on page 16. Apologies if you've already mentioned this, I forgot. It says parking easement. Could you remind me again what that's all about?
I think that's existing for 20 Richmond.
Yeah, the parking easement is a shared agreement between this property and 20 and the property next door. That parking easement. it's allowable to park in this particular area. But it's attached to 20, the front unit.
The parking easement area is owned by 20?
No, I think it's owned by the lot next door, but 20 has the right to use that.
And how, they can fit what, 1 car, 2 cars, a van, what?
So it's 2 to 3 actually, and if you look at page 9, you could sort of see a photo of what it looks like. It's right off to the left of the demolition sign.
Sort of hard to see.
Yeah, you can
I
see.
think I
I have another picture coming up.
I think
that-
there's about 3 parking spaces there.
That would be used by both of these properties?
As well as the
As well as
property in
the-
front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Land, actually.
Correct.
Is it like a first come, first serve?
We met him, he's very nice, and currently right now it's being used by I think a tenant from, or when there were tenants there from 20, and I'm not sure how often the other neighbor uses it, but I believe it's just used by all 3 properties.
I mean, I think the nice thing with this is we're gonna really improve the parking on this lot. So there's gonna be a lot more on-site parking for both 14 and 20. While there'll still be some sort of ability for someone to use that as an easement, it's gonna be less likely, probably more of like a guest using it than one of the occupants.
Fair enough. Thank you, gentlemen.
So this is the existing plan. This is the proposal of the plan. You can see that the parking, once again, you'll see that we have 4 spots here in the front, 2 over here, 2 over here, and then they obviously have the garage bays, the garage bays as well. So it's going to be nice to have additional parking on this site more than they likely have today. Once again, this is just the zoning data chart. We're going from 2 units, which is allowed, to 4 units, which is the max. Right now, this property has about 4 to 5 units on it today. So we're not necessarily increasing that. Nothing should really change in the sense of the use of the property in the back of the property. And you can see that the building height for the 2.5 stories is 29 feet. So it's not 30, which is what you're required to get, but then the overall building height is 39 feet.
Can I intercede for a second? Because I have a question. I was waiting for you to take a breath, but I didn't know if that was going to happen. So if you go back to the plan that you just went through, that one exactly. Now, I know you've developed these plans significantly from when you showed us renderings in the past. But will you be then coming back to us again to ask for a change to this, or are you thinking at this point that these are the plans that you'll be using?
We're presenting these as plans as if the text change has been approved.
Because you probably know this, but the garages are non-conforming. You wouldn't really be able to get cars into them. They're 9 feet 2 inches, and the minimum width of the garage is 10 feet, preferable 12 or 14 feet. So how are you going to rectify that or solve that problem in this plan?
That is something that we would have to address.
We would have to address that with the architect, but by the looks of it, we can make right now they're 9.2, we can increase them like the 10 inches required, leaving the hallway in the front 3 feet. So we can make them actually 10 feet. That's a great catch.
Well, I'm not trying to catch you, but
That's
I
what I'm
mean, you're
saying.
working within an envelope.
Right.
That's prescribed here, but these plans don't work within that envelope if you actually put in four conforming garage bays.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah, we would have to increase those garages to 10 feet.
At minimum.
Yes.
Okay, just, put that on the record for now. We'll see where that goes.
Commissioners, I'm going to ask us to hold our questions and let Mr. Rucci finish the presentation on 14 Richmond Hill. And then if you have specific questions on this, we can open them up. I'm just trying to do this in the interest of time so that we can go home before midnight, maybe.
I was going to ask Mr. Sislis to just go through how they came up with sort of the floor plans on the property. So obviously we just have unfinished space right now in the basement. do you want to just go through how you guys?
Yeah, I mean, especially when we make that change to the garages of 10 feet. But really, we just tried to make an open floor plan and use the space that we have, creating open kitchens to living rooms, creating pantries. One of the biggest things that we found that's been requested in our recent builds are elevators. Everyone that's been coming into all our projects has been requesting elevators because it also opens the potential for not just new families, but also downsizers who may not want to have all the vertical stairs and they're able to use the elevator. So we thought that was a necessity to include this right into town, as well as having open floor plans, kitchens, and just really high-end materials. And then creating really nice, if we walk to the second floor, creating really nice primary bedrooms with large bathrooms and walk-in closets and laundries. So really on the main 2 floors, they're about 1,700 square feet. If somebody wants to finish the attic and basement, the total square footage of 1 unit will be about 2,400 square feet with elevators, with the ability of the elevator going from the basement to the attic, allowing the person to be able to use the space should they want to finish it. Our plan is to just finish both main floors as of it is right now. Yeah.
Here's just a front elevation on the property. And you can see that they have the height is 29 to the midpoint, this particular area, obviously, and then here's your overall total height of 39 feet on the property. I'm going to just skip this for a second because this is the front, which is what I just showed you. So this is sort of the rendering of the front of the property with the 4 units in it. Obviously, things are going to change with a little bit with this garage. But you can see it's certainly a nice design. This is the rear of the property, the rear elevation of the property. And I'm just going to skip back to slides. I just had them in the wrong order. This is what it's going to look like on the backside of, this is on 14. Right side elevation, and then we have the left side elevation going on here. And then the landscape plan, which is we touched on a little bit already. Kate Throckmorton did this. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here this evening, but Kate did the plan. I know you guys are familiar with her work, so she gave me just a few comments as to how she came about putting this together. If I can find it.
I'd also like to just point out the renderings we left a lot of the plantings out of the renderings so that you guys can see the house. So the landscape plan is what we plan to landscape to.
So Kate's general approach was to have native plantings. She wanted low maintenance types of plantings so that it could be long-term upkeep, good curb appeal. She tried to balance the privacy, the street presence, and the visual interests. For 14 in and of itself, there's a lot of mature evergreens that are already on the neighboring properties that we talked a little bit about earlier. And they're going to add between 14 and 20 plantings to the north side. Between 14 and 20 and to the south side of the property line to enclose the site. They have a fence in the back as well with 2 rear patios. Around the foundations, there's going to be small scale plantings surrounding the base of the property itself, of the foundations itself. And then on the corner, she's going to have flowering shrubs added to the northeast and southwest corners for year-round visual appearance. As Mr. Ravona said earlier, on the actual renderings themselves, they don't necessarily show the landscape plantings because they just wanted to be able to show the buildings itself on the renderings. But obviously this landscape plan is what we're proposing today, and this is what will be built around this particular units. Do you want to
Yes,
talk?
let's take
Okay.
a pause. Commissioners, do you have any other questions on the 14 Richmond Hill application?
Yeah, do you guys know how tall 193 and 187 Park are? Those heights?
I don't have the heights on 193 and 187 Park. So we had pulled some surveys. We had gone to the town website and pulled whatever we could, but some properties just didn't have anything attached that we were able to refer to.
If it was built before 2000, we probably don't have that data.
Okay.
On town records.
I mean, my guess is just by eyeballing this,
Towers.
It's got to be.
I think is that 179 or is that? I'm talking about, I guess, where the neighbor behind you, his
Hold on.
condos.
Okay, so here's 193.
Yeah.
So here's the one that I just told that we were just looking at. Okay. And then the one behind, I definitely have a picture of that. Hold on.
Right, the two-story.
That's the one. This is it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how tall that is.
Okay.
Doesn't look that tall. I mean, just eyeballing it.
Right.
But I wonder if it's similar to that. I mean, it's definitely got a different type of roof than most. I mean, it may still be sort of that 30 feet to that midpoint as to what you had to do, but it didn't go up higher than that at the time.
I'm just trying to look at the map, like, what is it? 173 Park?
173. That's going to be higher because that is above.
Oh yeah, well, right.
That sits way above
That's
us.
the like boxy modern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Brooding house. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty tall.
And then 12, right? 12's the one that's the
12. This one right here.
It's the single family home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
12 Richmond Hill.
That's a single family right in front.
And this one's pretty tall too, which just sits on the corner because you can see it above that house that shares the driveway.
Right, because the grade is higher.
Yeah, the grade's gonna be higher. I mean, it definitely sort of slopes down this way.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Are we anything more on 14?
Anything else? Commissioners on Zoom, anything?
I'm pleased that the public spoke up on landscaping. Usually it's just me bringing it up, so always pleased to have that input. And I thought that it was a very reasonable landscaping plan.
For sure.
The exterior, the facade is all cedar siding. It's pillow windows. It's very quality. It's very high end. It really just goes with the neighborhood and the town.
So I think Steve Kleppen wants to say something.
Oh,
He has his
okay.
hand raised.
Good.
Okay. Mr. Kleppen?
Thank you. Just wanted to point out, and I think Commissioner Swerdlow brought up an excellent point, and I think it highlights the need for additional coverage there because the plan that he was speaking to, which kind of was like the floor plan, it had the dimensions of the overall kind of width of the structure. And I think if you just divide that by 4, it was about 19 feet per unit. And it's to get a townhouse style unit and anything less than that is really tight. And if you looked at the dimensions of the different rooms that they laid out, to accommodate that additional width for that parking bay, they can pull in 6 inches here and they can pull in 6 inches there, but it's going to leave some really tight spaces there. So I think putting the coverage below the 30%, you're just not going to get the density if that's something you're desiring. I think it's just going to make it very difficult.
So actually, let me just add to that. There's no room, from what I can see from these plans, based on minimum code requirements, where you can actually remove space to add to the bays. This building will have to get at least 4 feet wider, if not more. And according to the plot that it's being built on, that will require another zoning change or another requirement.
So I mean, the commission, if that is true, the commission could always continue the special permit so that the applicant can revisit with their architect.
Well, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. They don't have to do.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, I was gonna move on to 20,
Yeah.
if that's okay.
Let's do it.
All right. Okay, so I thought you all would like to see a little snow after today. So this is a picture I took a long time ago. But here's basically the front of 20 Richmond Hill. This is looking across the street back at the properties across the street from Richmond Hill. I just thought that would be helpful to see sort of what the heights look like in that particular zone. And you can see definitely here how the street's sort of sloping down right on the property. There's some nice screening already in place. This is looking west down the street on Richmond Hill. This is that west property line as well on Westmont Hill. So you have on Richmond Hill. So you do have some nice existing screening on the property. This is the house. Oh, this is what I was talking about before, Mr. Knowles. You can kind of see this house that sits over the other one. So it's obviously sitting at a higher at a height there. And this is looking east back up onto Richmond Hill Road. And here's the parking spots that I guess we were talking. Is it these or are they up here more?
Oh, sorry. No, they're to the right.
Oh, sorry. That's not the park. That's the parking for that. Disregard that. And then here's a look from the back of 20 Richmond Hill. And once again, you have some nice screening of the properties here. And I think that also lends a little bit to when we're talking about the height and having the total height at 40. I mean, you definitely have, at least in these two particular pieces of property, some higher screening already in place. So it's not really going to create the potential for loom based on that. So I think site specific, it's helpful for this commission to understand that these particular properties actually already have some really tall trees in and around themselves. I'm sorry, evergreens. So here's the property on 20. You can see it comes into Richmond Hill. We have driveways in front here. This particular property has sides of 18 and 18.6 and 22. There is an accessory frame garage in the back, which is only 14. And then I think it only sits about 9 feet from the rear of the property. This is proposed to be taken down. The front of the property is at 36 feet as of today. So looking at this, the zoning chart, we're going to go back to, it's going to be once again about 15.7. Whoops, sorry. I just do here. It's going to be 15.2 on each side, 25.2 in the rear, and 25.2 on the front. This is going from 4 units to 3 units in this particular site. And it's going to be 2.5 stories, about 28 feet to the midpoint, and almost 29 feet to the midpoint, and 37, almost 38 feet to the for the total building height. So here's the site coming in. We have 2 parking spots here in the front. Again, we also have the garage units on here as well, and we have a parking area in the back here. Ed, do you want to go through this floor plan a little bit here?
Similar to the 14 in the back. These garage spaces are actually 12 feet wide, so plenty there. Again, we try to incorporate elevators in them and creating nice open spaces. One of the units doesn't have an elevator just because it was just too tight to be able to fit in there, but we did the best we can. We also created a front facade really on the front of Richmond. That way, when you're driving by, you have that nice, and I remember the commission stated before that they like to see porches and columns, and we were able to create that as well, but still keeping the design that we really wanted the units to have. So we think that we've created very nice, beautiful units to go along with the streetscape that's currently being built around there. And then to the second floor as well, large primary rooms and secondary bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms and large walk-in closets. Again, elevators going from ground floor to the attic. Again, we plan on finishing the first and second floors here also, and it is also about 1,700 square feet. And if somebody did want to finish all 4 floors, it would be about 2,400 square feet.
Here's a picture of the elevations from either side of the property, from the front and from the left side of the property. This is the front that we talked about a little bit earlier as to the streetscape on the front and the porch as you look at Richmond Hill. Here's what it looks like coming in from the driveway once you get in for the garages on the property. And then here's the right side elevation and the rear elevation on the property. Landscape plan that we've proposed on this particular piece of property. Once again, we have some dense evergreens that we're providing on the property. We're gonna have smaller trees, mid-sized shrubs in the front of the property. And we're trying to basically use the screening that we already have on the property. There's obviously some more screening proposed as you go to the west of the property. Obviously, this side is just going to really be more decorative. We can't really plant this line because obviously that's where the driveway is. And you can see the two driveway units that are the two driveway accesses that are going to come off the right-of-way access. That's just the plant list. Okay, I just thought I would show you. So looking up the street to Richmond Hill, there's some nice screening also available right now as you come down. And then that's looking back down the hill on Richmond. Here's just a picture of what it may look like, both everything together as one. And we just thought that might be sort of a good way to demonstrate sort of what this rendering is going to look like. Yeah, and that's it. So I don't know if you want to go through anything on 20. Richmond Hill.
Question on the south side of the building, there's a proposed driveway that doesn't lead to a garage. Is it for trash pickup?
Which page?
Yeah, it's additional parking.
It's additional parking?
Because we have 2 parking spaces in front and then the third off
I
to
see.
the right.
Okay.
Regulations require 2 spots per unit. The garage counts as 1.
I see.
Yep.
Got it. And then the other question I had for both 14 and 20, are these going to be condos or rentals?
A condo for sale.
Commissioners, anything else on 20? All right.
I think going back to Mr. Knowles's question about the height, I mean, I'm just not sure if you reduce the total height below 40, that means you would essentially also be reducing the midpoint height as well at the same time. So I'm not really sure as you measure height, whether that's going to be, I think that's going to take away a lot more than perhaps we think it may take away from a 3rd floor or an attic. Unless you're doing like a flat roof of some type.
Some angled roof like some of your neighbors?
Yeah, so to speak to that, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd spoken to Stephen about this, because we had thought about that and we looked into it when you had mentioned your height concern last time at our last hearing. Stephen, I think there's something in the regulations stating that depending on and I'd have to speak to my architect, and again, maybe Sarah can answer, depending on the slope of the roof, the midpoint changes. So even if we wanted to do a 35-foot roof, but
it was flat.
Yeah, and it was flat, we wouldn't actually be able to do that. It's something along those lines.
The midpoint would be lower, is I think how we.
So with flat roofs in our regulations, it's actually the building height and total building height are the same. So if you do a flat roof, you would have to meet the the building height requirement. So that's where that plays in. But what I think what you're referring to, Joe, that you and Stephen have probably talked about is the way the building height definition is, laid out is it's a function of the midpoint between the eave of the most relevant ridge to the tallest point. So if you're lowering the total building height, in theory, you are also mathematically lowering what the midpoint would be. So if you're gonna lower it from 40 to 35, the midpoint is gonna have to lower, which then lowers the eaves. And I'm not an architect. I don't know if that impacts
which
the
wouldn't allow us to
floor,
do
you
natural
know, yeah.
ceilings, and it would be difficult.
But mathematically, if you lower one, it is naturally going to lower the other one as well.
So you couldn't just change, you couldn't, how would you work around that? Right, if you, but I mean, you couldn't do a 30-foot building height and a 35-foot total building height because of the midpoint location, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it would change the roof line. Like it would probably change.
But it
I'm
would
not
be-
saying it's
would-
not
would it be-
impossible, I'm
would
just
it be
saying
a
it-
permitted roof line, or would it be, I mean, obviously they'd have to change the roof line that they're showing here, but like, would it be, would we have to change any other regulations or?
No, so B res, A res, I think third acre as well. Max building height is 35, max total building height is 35, max building height is 30.
So the roof line would just have to change?
Yeah.
That's, okay, that's what I was getting at, but. It doesn't change their, I guess the term is building height, right? So they can do their 9-foot floor to ceilings, it just changes their, from the exterior, it just changes their roof line as somebody who's walking down the street would perceive it, or their neighbor would perceive it.
Again, I'm not an architect, I'm not fully certain of how it would change the floor to ceiling, but
And again, we're not building 40, right? We're building 37 and 39.
38 and 39.
38 and
essentially.
39.
We're close enough to be.
40,
to
close enough to
yeah.
40. So.
But
Over here in the back, which is also significantly blocked by the one in the front and.
But again, you're going for a special permit that you're creating for the district. Somebody else could come and say, I want 40. And that's the right saying, I can get 40.
Yeah,
and so, right, and I understand that when you come for the special permit specifically, sure, then we have the safeguards, you have to make findings, you have to do all that sort of stuff, but I'm thinking across the board because as you were creating something new here. So that's where I'm getting at that,
makes sense.
Yeah, and I just think that at least in this particular area, at least two of the buildings, we have been able to identify that are probably at least 40 feet from what we can see just on the plan. So this is not going to be something that's completely an outlier in this particular zone for these, at least for these particular two pieces of property.
True. Which
I
I mean,
think it's
again,
hard to tell here because of the slope down.
It is
from
hard.
Park
and
Street.
you can't really, I
Main
mean,
Park.
I don't think it's, you can't really take advantage of,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, look, it's like, it's a taller building, but you can't take advantage of just the slope, right? It's, everybody has average grade and they have to measure.
so one other comment to consider as you guys toy with this, is a 5-foot difference going to be visible to someone driving by, walking by? Is 5 feet, you know, like can the naked eye perceive that, you know?
I do just want to point out that on Maple, that we measured and we did get 39. It is at 32% coverage. And so I'm sure you drive by a Maple, that's Ardsley Square. It's right on the corner of Maple and Park. So unless you feel like Maple is massive and overbearing, this would be
less so.
This is Commissioner Chris. I'm since I brought up the issue of loom. My experience has been it tends to be particularly site specific. If you're in the upper part of a slope and you're looking down at something that's 40 feet, it's different than if you're at the bottom of the slope and you're looking up at something even taller, and that loom matters more, particularly if you're shrinking the side yard setback from 25 to 15. It's closer, and therefore the loom is looming more, in my opinion. And so I understand the loom issues and the potential effects on neighbors and shadows being cast on your previously sunny patio sort of thing. I get it. Given the variation of properties, and there are a lot of hills in town and so forth, I still wrestle with the issue of the 35 versus 40, frankly. I take Mr. Rucci's point that it's may not shall. And if you have a situation where there's a particular loom of someone up high looming down on someone that's lower because of natural slope, then you may have a situation, if it's flat and so forth, it may not necessarily be an issue. And it also depends on the orientation to the compass and where the sun moves and where shadows will be cast and so on. So I'm still wrestling with this, but I take your point on the 40. So that's where I'm coming out on this.
Something to consider for the commission, because I gather you all are not going to be voting tonight, is this 35 versus 40-foot argument really related to the text amendment, or is it related specifically to these two applications? And, like the applicant was stating, you have the discretion under the special permit to say, due to the topography of this site, 40 is too tall. So do you bake it into the text change, or is it specific to this site? Just something to also weigh.
You approve it as is, everybody comes and asks for 40. That's the assumption that you have to make the reasonable worst case. That's the assumption.
Yep. And I mean,
and that to me is a little concerning, is that everybody's coming for 40.
We do allow 40 and again, it's
I
different.
understand, but we're adding more coverage, right?
No, let me finish. I'm just saying we allow 40 in the 1 acre, 2 acre and 4 acre zone. So I'm not saying that's the same as the apartment zone, but there are residential areas where 40 is permitted, and larger lots, it's different, but I'm
a lot bigger than 15 feet.
Right. And and the other thing that I would say is that, when we've looked at this zone, for the most part, there's not a heck of a lot of other properties that are going to be able to really use this anyway. Right. I mean, for better or for worse. I mean, most of them are condos. We are fixing a problem here in the sense that this is a non-conforming. I mean, we're only talking also about non-conforming properties. So it's not as if anyone can come in this zone and say, I want to use this 15 foot. I want to be able to build up to 40 feet. They have to have a non-conforming property, number one, to begin with. So I'm not sure that there's so many other properties that are going to be able to come in and say, start saying, well, I just want 40 feet, And I do think that these two are unusual in the sense that they are right next to each other. And they will kind of fit in much more with the neighborhood that's in and around them, as it works for both the setbacks and for keeping the density. And that's the other thing, this regulation. I mean, it all started with the fact that we have properties in this zone that are non-conforming to setback, they're non-conforming to density, and we're trying to keep the density. And in order to do that, we have, you give a little here, you give a little there on certain things. But even the things that we're doing here, I mean, 15 feet's allowed in the zone already. 40 feet's allowed in the zone already for these particular pieces of property. So you're only talking about properties that are legally non-conforming today. And so it's not, even though we talk like the whole zone, not everybody in the zone has a legally non-conforming properties like these two. So I take your point, absolutely, that when you're talking about something that's a full zone change, then we don't have blank slates here. We're talking about very specific properties that are legally non-conforming. They have more density than they're supposed to have, or not supposed to have, but that's what they had when they were built. They're already built to 15 feet, these particular properties in and of itself. I mean, I guess there's the argument that I could build up on the property where they are today, not change the density, except I'd have the legally non-conforming issue. So whether or not it'd be increasing that or not. But
quick question, Sarah, you might be able to answer. Because an apartment you can do 40, and an apartment you can do twos and singles. If we want to do a single with 8-foot side setbacks, would we be able to do that single at 40 feet?
No, so you go down to the B-Res standard, so it's 35 feet.
Yeah. At 8 feet, it would be 35.
Clappin has his hand up.
Sorry.
I want to hear from Steve. I want to see if there's any other public comment, and then I want to figure out how we're going to leave this tonight.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Clappin?
Thank you. Yeah, and I was just going to point out, you can do a single family house 8 feet from the property line. And, it is a 5-foot lower height standard, but, that's a significant distance in terms of, I think, the loom impact 8 feet from the property line at 35 foot of height versus 15 feet from a setback with 40 feet is pretty significant distance. I think, given the pace of development that you've talked about different projects citing over time, you had public notice was provided. You had one, I believe only one neighbor came out and I believe was largely in support of redevelopment of the site. And I know Mr. Farrell from back in the days when he used to sit on historic, I think it was Historic Commission when they used to, review projects that would come in terms of demolition delay. So, he's well versed in redevelopment and historic preservation and context of what happens in a neighborhood. So in this case, you had one neighbor come out in support. So I think if anybody else was concerned with Loom, you probably would have heard about that by now. Given the pace of development and thinking about where you are in your stage of your rewrite, I don't know what your time frame is, but I'm going to guess it's probably 12 to 18 months from now. You'll probably have a good sense of exactly, or which direction you're going to go in terms of some of the bulk and height standards and realigning zones and how all those things will play out. Allowing this project to go forward at 30%, I think is actually a good idea, because it'll give you a sense of, well, wait a minute, 30% is a good idea, it was too much, or it's too low. And at the end of the day, it's one project going to get built. The impacts on the community are going to be minimal if something that was something you thought was too high. Given the nature of the projects we looked at, which is kind of why I flagged the field for the condominium development, it's much harder to redevelop those properties because there's multiple ownership entities involved. The likelihood of you getting 1, 2, or 3 more applications before you do your rewrite that would seek to take advantage of this regulation, I would say are really, really low. And again, through the special permit process, you have a ton of discretion if you think that particular application is too much or not. So I think I wouldn't panic over 30% versus 25%. I think those are very subjective criteria. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, if there's anyone on Zoom from the public that wants to speak on this? I don't even know if there's anyone on Zoom from the public right now.
Just one name I don't recognize, but
Well, this is your chance. If that's you and you want to raise your hand, let us know. And assuming that there is nobody that wants to speak, commissioners, I want to figure out how we get this over the finish line. It sounds to me like, at least on 14 Richmond Hill, you guys have some work to do back with your architect, so we can't vote on that one tonight.
Yeah,
For 20 we can.
20 we could. I don't know if we want to vote on 14 without 20.
My preference would be to do them together. It really seemed, given easements and access, and I
Right.
think they're joined at the hip.
They're gonna be we're changing the dimensions of the garage.
So the garage on 14, nothing's really gonna change. The garage is gonna move in 10 inches on each side towards the hallway corridor. If you want to pull up page 20. Again. So it would move, so if we're looking at the middle unit, that wall, so we're looking at the second unit to the right side, that wall will just move over 10 inches to the right. So that making that corridor, instead of 310, making it 3 feet, and same to the left. So internally, it has nothing to do with the outside. It's really only changing our interior wall line. So essentially, everything else is staying the same.
or won't the doors have to move, the exterior doors?
The doors will be the same size, except the space within the garage will just be an extra 10 inches. Now, on the exterior units, that will also go 10 inches to the right, and that one will go 10 inches to the left. So,
Yes, sir, to your
so
point.
Sarah, to your point, yes, on the exterior units, those doors will shift over 10 inches, as well as the window.
And the front door, like the garage door will have to move.
Yes, the front door, the window, but if you're looking at the elevation, aesthetically, it will be exactly the same. On the rendering, you're not gonna know the difference.
So if I'm hearing,
Or internal.
if I'm hearing you correctly, you move the wall to either right or left 10 inches, and everything else, the hallway gets smushed, and
That's it.
the front door gets squeezed a bit. The window will be smaller.
Exactly. And moved over a little as well. Yep.
Mr. Clappin has his hand up again. Mr. Clappin, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think this would be, my recommendation would be to, expedite this a little bit. If they can't meet any dimensional standards per the building code, then they might not get that fourth unit, but I think it sounds like it's something workable, and I think your garage based standard is a 9 foot wide per the zoning code. So conditioning it on it that it's compliant with the building code is a little redundant, but if there was something they had to revise down the road, they'd have to come back to you anyway if it was a significant change to the building. But I think this is something they can work out architecturally without having to revise plans, at least at this stage.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, well, that leaves us with, are we ready to vote on this text amendment tonight? If not, what additional information do you need to be ready to vote on this text amendment? And the same thing goes with the application.
Okay, voting on the text amendment tonight.
Okay.
I've heard all I need to hear.
And what about the applications, the special permits?
Well, we've had the explanation regarding the garages. I feel better about what might happen there, and as well as the effects on the exterior look of the building been explained to my satisfaction. So
okay,
given that, I would be okay at voting on both the applications.
Let me ask this a different way. Is there anybody who's not okay with voting on all three of these applications this evening?
I've said all I can say, so I will vote the way I will vote.
Okay.
Want to add something? I mean, I'm okay with voting.
Okay.
Can
Is that what
people hear
you're
me?
trying to say? Yeah, we can hear you. You're okay with voting?
Okay. I'm okay with voting. There are some ADA requirements that might not allow for them to do much in terms of width of the hallway, especially when you have an elevator involved. I don't have them in front of me right now, and I don't know how they apply in terms of building codes to New Canaan. But they may want to, really take a deeper dive into these minimum width requirements in terms of ADA. So
Yeah, so I mean,
otherwise, I'm fine.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes to what Mr. Kleppen was saying before, that is something that, if they can't meet the, building code safety requirements, they lose the fourth unit essentially, and then they'd be back here anyway. They can either meet the codes that, are safety related, or they can't.
Well, I'm just wanting to point out, and I'll keep it to this, that the hallway minimum code may be 3 feet, but there's also an ADA requirement, American with Disabilities Act. So, which is usually 3.6 or even wider, depending on where the building is located. I don't have that handy right now, so I don't think this is a closed issue in terms of width, the total width of the building. But I can move on from that.
Thank you. Just to touch up on that one thing, in the worst case scenario, if we had to remove an elevator or rearrange the inside of that, again, that's all in, I guess that's internally, and we would work that to make that work. So I don't think that would affect that wouldn't affect the facade or anything else that I guess the commission would be voting on. It's really just a floor plan internally of maybe we move the closet, put the elevator in where the walk-in closet is, where the stairs are, giving it at least 4 feet, even if we move that wall in. So it's really just shifting it around, which we may do. So it's again, it has nothing to do with how you guys would vote today.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Any conditions people have in mind that you want to run by the applicant, or text changes before we close these applications and vote on them shortly?
I mean, it was the 35 feet, but it sounds like that's a no from you guys.
No, I think we want to stick with up to 40 feet. These particular applications are less than that from a total height perspective. And once again, like I said, that, I do think it's really important to focus on this text change that has to do with non-conforming properties. It has to do with multi-non-conforming properties. So it is not going to be something that every single person in this zone can use. It has to be something that is much more specific to something that's non-conforming, and it's something that's helping density. It's keeping the density in the zone. So, we've seen what happens, I think, with this regulation. People are just not keeping their multifamily units. They're just going down. You're not seeing anybody coming forth with trying to do at least what we did. I mean, in this particular situation, to try to keep the density the way it was. And I think it's important also that, you know, we've worked with the town planner for 6 months now, probably, on this application. We've gotten some great suggestions from her. She's supportive of this application. She sees it as something that's important to density, to POCD, to keeping more units closer to town. And I think that, you know, I'd be neglected to not say that, because I really think that that's also important as someone who's going to be a part of these regulations and the new regulations moving forward. I'm not going to say this is a one-off, these two particular things, but I do think it is this 40-foot. I really would rather you not focus so much on that 40-foot, because it's really specific to having density, more units, being legally non-conforming as to the sites itself, and keeping more units closer to town. That's the only response that I would have. But I do understand your point. If I was coming in with the whole zone, it was basically everybody can go out and do this. Yeah, that may make some sense. But I think Mr. Kleppen also made a good point saying, you know, if you're 8 feet away and you can go to 35 feet, that's probably more of effect of loom on a neighbor than something that's 15 feet, that's 40 feet away. So I just leave that up to both of you. But I appreciate everyone's time on this. It was, you know, a lot for everybody. And I think that where we got to at the end of this was good. I appreciate having to bring more information in front of you. I find myself a lot of times just going through the regulations and everyone just believing me for it instead of coming up with it. But, you know, I understand that. So anyway, thank you guys for your time. We are looking for approval for both the text change as written and for the two applications that we brought today. Obviously also subject to engineering going through and making sure that all our plans are meet the drainage code, and also that obviously the building code gets met with some of the other items that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. These 3 applications are closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Just wait till he reads the item. Not even over.
Ready for us?
Maybe.
We'll be quick.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Okay.
Item number 8 on the agenda, 310 Greenlee Road, upon application of Thomas Nell. Oh, that was withdrawn. Sorry. And we're back to 95. 95 Country Club Road, upon application of Stephen Finn, Wolfseed Rosen, Kweskin, Kuriansky LLP, authorized agent for Country Club of New Canaan, owners, for a special permit approval pursuant to sections 8.2.b and 6.4.g to allow improvements and changes to the 18th hole, driving range, and other areas which will involve excavation and or grading of more than 1,000 cubic yards and soil disturbance of 10,000 square feet, in excess of 10,000 square feet in the 4-acre zone at 95 Country Club Road, map 33, block 34, lot 55. Stage is yours.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself.
Okay.
I believe
I'm
Mr. Pratt is-
recusing myself as well.
Okay.
Do we have at least 5?
We leave 6.
Mr. Knox.
We just need 5.
Yes, I'm on.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Steve Finn. I'm here representing the applicant. With me here tonight is Tom Nelson, all the way to my left. He's the engineer for the project. Steffi Loomis is sitting in back of me. She's the current president of the Country Club of New Canaan. Steve Slagle is sitting immediately to my left. He is the past president of the Country Club of New Canaan and has been responsible for shepherding this project since its inception. And we also have with us tonight Mike Rowe sitting next to Ms. Loomis, who is the golf course superintendent. We are here tonight in connection with our application for a special permit because this project involves grading of more than 1,000 cubic yards and earth disturbance of at least 10,000 square feet in area. Thus, under 6.4 G of the New Canaan zoning regulations, a special permit is required. The total earthwork estimated for this project is 11,500 cubic yards. But importantly, and I think significantly, no soil will be imported or exported in connection with this project. The soil will be regraded and recontoured, but no existing soil is going to be taken off and no new soil is going to be taken in for the project. There is a small caveat on that with regard to things other than soil, such as sand and gravel. The project calls for the importation of 2,700 cubic yards of that material that's used for construction of bunkers, tees, and the 18th green. My original application indicated that that was going to be 2,100 cubic yards, but Mr. Nelson informed me that the more accurate amount is 2,700 cubic yards. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Quickly moving through this before I turn it over to Mr. Slagle and Mr. Nelson. There's no increase in membership associated with this, no anticipation of increased traffic. Steve Slagle will go into the reasons for the project in a minute. The town engineer, Maria Coplet, reviewed the application and signed off on it on May 30th. Ms. Coplet was also provided with a copy of the drainage analysis on June 4th and had no further comments. There are wetlands and water courses in close proximity to this project. An application was filed with the Inland Wetlands Commission, which was heard and approved a week ago yesterday on June 16th. A copy of the permit was provided to the town planner and should be part of your file at this point. Lastly, and I know Tom will go through this, there is a reduction in impermeable surfaces, which is always a benefit to these projects. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Slagle.
Thanks. I'm just going to give you a very brief, a little context as to the purpose of this project. This represents the last phase of a renovation project at the country club that we began back in 2017. That project included a new clubhouse and dining facilities, new pool house, new pool, and a master plan to renovate the golf course. The country club 15 years ago was in a pretty dire state. Membership was declining and aging, and we were not getting new applications. And we consulted with a number of industry experts who told us, in all candor, our facilities were inadequate. They were not competitive with rival clubs. So the renovation project was to address that. And I'm happy to say it was a success. We have a full membership and a long wait list. And the country club can continue to be an important part of the community for the foreseeable future. This particular project that we're seeking approval for is the last part of the golf course master plan and golf course renovation. There are really two reasons that we undertook this. One is, again, to make the club and the course competitive with rival clubs in the area. And the other was this project will restore the course to its original state. So there's an element of historical authenticity to the layout of the course. I would, I guess, ask that you consider two things as we go through this. One is safety. Our land is limited and our driving range is in the middle of the campus. And because of the restriction, even though we have some protective nets, golf balls fly over and endanger players on the first and second hole. And this project allows us to increase the length of the range. We can reconfigure the poles and nets. And so we think it will have a material positive impact on safety. And then timing is important. September is a critical date for us to start this project for two reasons. The first is, high quality vendors in golf course design and construction. There aren't very many. And we have a preeminent designer, Andrew Green, and a preeminent golf course construction company, LeBar, and they're available in September. And if we don't use them this year, their calendars are so full that they're probably not available again until September of 27. And then Mike can speak to this more, but if we start the project in September, we're actually able to put sod down by late October or November, so the sod can take. It's not an open construction site all winter, and we can play on the course when we get to the spring, which is critical too. That's it.
Right. Tom, Mr. Nelson, please.
Good evening. My name is Tom Nelson, professional engineer with McCord Engineering. I'll share my screen. Wait, let's give it a second. Perfect. Okay, so this is an aerial image of the property just to sort of orient everybody. This is the clubhouse here along Country Club Road, tennis courts. Moving north, we have the 18th hole highlighted in yellow, the driving range highlighted in yellow, and also the existing greenskeeper's house here, which will be modified. So the project, so there's sort of three components of the project. The 18th hole is getting completely reconstructed and reconfigured. Generally maintaining the same location, but reconfiguring the tee locations, reconfiguring the cart paths, the final green, the bunkers, everything just kind of gets reshaped a little bit. And very similar with the driving range, where you see the existing driving range tee that gets enlarged, and the driving range itself, the practice greens all get reconfigured and regraded, and the net around the driving range also gets improved. And then in the area of the existing greenskeeper's house, we are actually tearing down the greenskeeper's house and replacing that with a new practice area. So sort of jumping into full plans, this is the this is the west side of the lower pond where the existing 18 green tees are located. A portion of the existing cart path is getting removed. This cart path essentially remains as is. And then moving on, most of the site design is on this plan. This fairway is shifted slightly to the south. The green is shifted to the south. The bunkers are reconfigured. The cart path is reconfigured here. This tee for the driving range is much larger, and the practice greens out here are just sort of reconfigured. And then this line out here is our new netting for the driving range. And then lastly, the existing greenskeeper's house is located here. That is torn down. The access driveway actually gets removed at the end of this project to that greenskeeper's house. It's no longer necessary. And we create a new practice area in this location. So the end of the total square area of disturbance for this project it adds up. It's 4.5 acres for the 18th hole, 6.5 acres for the driving range, and 1.2 acres for the practice area. So the grand total is about 12.5 acres of disturbance. Total earthwork calculation for the project is 11,500 cubic yards. However, I'd like to note that that is a big number. However, it's spread over such a large area. I mean, we're not talking we're not doing major excavation or major fill. This is sort of just a regrading of the land and manipulation of the contours to reshape the 18th hole in the driving range. As Steve Finn already mentioned, so worked hard to balance the cut and fill on the property so that we don't need to export or import any soil material. Essentially what will happen is we have an excess of cut in the 18th hole reconfiguration. We'll be using to fill on both the driving range and practice area. The only import of material will be clean aggregate, sand and gravel needed for the tees and the greens, and of course for the new cart paths. Stormwater, we do have a net reduction of impervious cover of almost 7,000 square feet, which means we will have a reduction in stormwater runoff at the completion of this project. We did improve the water quality where we found opportunities. We're taking a large portion of the new cart path area and routing that through a large rain garden located here. We're also taking a new, a small cart parking area located near the practice area and routing that through water quality swale. So we'll have reduced runoff and also improvements in water quality as a result of the stormwater improvements for the project. We have a fairly aggressive erosion control plan for the project. We've got silt fence, down gradient of all the earth disturbance. We have double rows of silt fence wherever we have wetlands or steep slopes. We've surrounded all the existing drainage infrastructure with staked hay bales. We're utilizing the existing cart paths and the existing driveways for all our construction access points, which should really help to reduce the amount of tracking of sediment. And I think the other thing I wanted to really get into was the phasing on this project. And as discussed, this is sort of an aggressive timeline here. So the first phase is going to be the 18th hole construction. And the second phase is going to be the driving range. Those will both take place in the fall of this year and probably be finished within 3 to 4 months. Third phase, which would start in the spring of next year, will be the practice area, the demolition of the greenskeeper's house and the construction of the new practice area. And then the fourth and final phase is going to be the removal of the existing access driveway here that's no longer needed once construction is complete. The idea behind the phasing is that we are only opening up a portion of the project at a time, so that we're requiring that before the next phase can start, the previous phase needs to be stabilized. And one of the big advantages of this project is that almost the entire project will be using sod to restabilize. So we will have a very quick turnaround in the ability to regrade this and then restabilize it. Soil and erosion control stay in place until the area is stabilized. And that's sort of a summary of the engineering side of these things, and tried to keep that brief, but happy to answer any questions.
Is there a change to the height of the driving range fence as part of this project?
Yes, there is. The driving range fence does increase to 75 feet, where it's currently 50 feet, 60 feet.
But not all of it, just the end of the range.
And I'll just add that this whole project is sort of interior on the country club property. It's not visible from, as best as I can tell, from any place off the property, and the increase in the net is required for safety purposes.
Very good.
I would say I've also driven around and I've had Stephen drive around and we've tried to spot the net. And we have been unsuccessful in spotting it.
Access be for vehicles to get and materials to get into this site?
Yeah, so construction access for the bulk of the project will come from it's coming from the if you're familiar with the Country Club, let me go back to the area. From Country Club Road, access will be primary access will be from the paddle court facility up the existing driveway that leads to the greenskeeper's house. So they'll follow this path into the construction area. And then from there, it can pick up the existing golf course paths into the site. The majority of the staging will probably take place on the actual within the construction areas. We do have some large stockpiles proposed within the driving range, both for short-term and long-term stockpiling for the second and third phases. There is a small area here on the west side of the pond. The construction access from that will have to come through the backside where the existing maintenance facility is located.
This is Commissioner Cruz. So if I understand it, access for these trucks bringing aggregate in will be off of Smith Ridge Road. They would then come in, or
Country Club Road.
Well, they would have to drive into Country Club Road. They get there through 123, I assume the state highway.
Yeah. that
Smith
would be
Ridge,
my assumption.
Smith Ridge. Okay.
Yes.
And then they go into Country Club, and then they would not be going down Indian Rock or any other adjacent roads. It would be in from, they would enter the Country Club campus from Country Club Road.
So this access portion around the paddleport facility is a one-way road. So it does exit on Indian Rock Road very near the intersection. So the likelihood is that trucks, which as I mentioned, we try to minimize, but the imported material, those trucks will access from here, distribute the material, and then probably exit onto Indian Rock Road very close to the intersection of Country Club and Indian Rock.
What would the hours of operation be?
I'm not sure we know the answer to that question, Commissioner Chris.
The noise ordinance, there are specific times that construction is prohibited that's enforced through the building department, so it couldn't be outside of those hours. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I want to say it's like 7 a.m.
Noise ordinance is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
No, it's different. They call out construction specifically. We get asked this question very frequently.
It's 7 to 5.
I can pull it up if it's important.
They would have to comply with it no matter what.
Comply with the ordinance.
Just wondering, okay, or limits on that. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions? Anything further from your side?
No, I would just add that, the country club has been in existence since 1893. It's one of the oldest country clubs in the country. 99% of its members are from the town of New Canaan. They do a lot of charitable work in the town, and so remaining and helping them remain vital and successful, I think, is good for the town.
Thank you. Anyone from the public like to speak to this application? Anyone in Zoom land? Okay, this application is closed.
Thank you very much.
Might I recommend for deliberations, maybe doing Country Club first, since I assume it's going to be a shorter discussion than Richmond Hill.
Commissioners,
Move approval of the application.
I hear your motion. Any conditions?
No.
Do I hear a second?
Commissioner Chris, I'll second.
Okay. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. John Chris,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Eric Knowles.
Yes.
So that one passes. Thank you. And the only other deliberation item is the Richmond Hill, correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's deliberate on Richmond Hill. We need to start with the text amendment, which everybody has on page 2 of the presentation that Mr. Rucci handed out. As you guys know, as the Planning and Zoning Commission, we have the ultimate final say on what our regulations say. So if we want to make any changes to the text here, we have that right. Does anybody have any proposed changes to the text before we can get a motion?
Commissioner Chris, I have no changes. I think the 15-foot side yard is important. Way back in the day, it was 8. It's very hard to get any kind of screening, and if you're 8 feet, frankly. So I think the 15 is very appropriate.
Okay.
And adequate for purpose. So I'm okay with the text amendment as stated.
Right. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Okay, I will. This is Commissioner Chris. I move that the text amendment as presented on page 2 of the application. I support it and I move that it be passed
With an effective date of July 7th.
with an effective date of July 7th. Thank you, Ms. Carey.
All right. Second,
I'll second.
okay. For the vote, Mr. Benton,
Yes.
Mr. Knag,
Yes.
Mr. Knowles,
No.
Mr. Chris,
Yes.
Ms. Nielsen, yes. Mr. Radman's recused, Mr. Swerdlow,
Yes.
and Mr. Pratt.
Yes.
All right, the text amendment passes. All right, let's now talk about the 2 applications. Let's start with 14 Richmond Hill. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, we can do them together, but we have to vote. I think we have to vote separately.
Separately.
One to the rear.
Correct.
Again, I'm, you know, I'm a stickler. I'm concerned about the height, particularly for the 3B finding that we have to make. The size of the proposed structures will be in harmony with the existing development of the zone, particularly because of the 2-story buildings that are the condos that are right behind it. And we are getting that again, we don't know the height, but I assume they're not 40 feet. And a lot of the buildings around it are not 40 feet. And so I'm concerned of allowing this one's the 39-foot one, just the.
Correct, it's the 39.
Yeah, a 39-foot building up against a 2-story, most likely in the, low 30s or 20s. So I have concerns about that finding.
Okay. Does that mean you'd vote no? an
On 14, yeah, I would, because I don't think it makes the finding in terms of the size being harmonious, unless the height was brought down. I don't think I wouldn't be in support.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I share some of the concern. I can look at it I agree on the height. I agree in terms of how it supports the area, but I also feel like even just from an aesthetics perspective, I actually think the building would look better if it's not so pointy. I think if we're gonna give on some of the other areas, I think height matters. So I support a lot of what Eric said.
So are you all recommending a condition of approval would be total building height has to be lowered to 35 feet? Or are you just no on?
Can we do that though? Because wouldn't that require them to redesign it to?
I mean, they're going to redesign for the garages anyway.
Right.
I mean, that's what the applicants were, that was their argument the whole time, was that you have the discretion under the special permit.
Right.
To lower the building height. I mean, if it's not feasible, they have to come back to you guys and explain why it's not feasible,
But what if it is feasible and it comes to you with 4 units, 35 feet height, that looks substantially different than what was presented to us this evening? How would, I guess?
I mean, that's the risk you take, in theory, what if it turns out worse looking for whatever reason? I mean, this is what you asked for. I mean, unfortunately.
We're voting on something we don't even know.
Right. That's always my hesitancy, to put a condition that affects the design.
But they're not locked into the rendering that they show, right? They could change the materials, right? We don't have the power to approve
Correct.
materials. So their building is white, it could be blue, right? Their building, like where we don't,
Pink.
it could be pink. Like we don't have that power. So, we have the power of kind of the box, but we don't have the power of the palette sort of thing. So.
And I mean, typically when a special permit is granted, if it is, significantly different, I do bring it back to you guys for administrative approval. So, I mean, I guess if it were particularly horrendous, I would bring it back to you guys.
All right, so a potential proposed condition is lower the total building height to 35 feet, is that?
Sounds like it.
I would also suggest one option is to disapprove the application without prejudice. They then come back and show the new and improved design that would be more 35, so we know exactly what we'd be approving. Now, that is an option, I would think.
Why did you close this application then? You had time to keep it open. I mean, are we
right? If we were going to ask them to
a whole
redesign
new
it,
application fee, a whole new submission, you wouldn't see it till August at this point.
and they've already come before us, well, twice now with the text amendment.
Yeah.
Anyone want to attempt a motion on with a condition of a lower building height?
Or do you want to jump to 20?
Or do we want to go to 20 and come back to the hard one later?
Yeah, let's go to 20.
All right.
We'll jump back.
Okay, thoughts on 20?
This one's 37 feet tall, I believe.
All 3 units. I like the orientation of having one of the units face the road, having the other
Yeah.
2 in the back. I also have some concerns about the pointiness and the height. I thought this one was admittedly better looking, although not significantly shorter. So I mean, if you're going to say 35 feet on the
Yeah.
14 Richmond Hill, why wouldn't you say it on 20?
Yeah, and then and then again, that building, what is it, just across the way, which again has the pitched roof is not as pointy on that 1612, the east view on page 36, right? It just, again, to that B finding, that's your neighbor. Your neighbor's not a 40-foot building.
Yeah, so I mean, having a 40-foot total building height requirement and then having a 30-foot building height requirement lends itself to pointy roofs because
of that differential.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just a product of these regulations, I would say, that were created in 2005. So hear the point on the pointy roofs. Lowering it to 35 would probably change it, but I wouldn't fault the applicant on them being pointy. It is our regulations driving it.
Yeah, and I see it around town and other places too. All right.
I don't see the design of the building as being unusual. There were no comments, very few from the neighbors who would be either, east or west, who would be, affected by shadow. So
you're okay with 20 as is?
I think, we're dealing with the apartment zone, and so by definition, there's more crowding. It's just the nature of the beast. And the issue is, what are you going to get for it? We have 50% landscape, which is, I think, appropriate. We have relatively wide side yard setbacks, or at least wide enough so that you can have screening and have a sense of space. So I think that's appropriate. The front and back setbacks are enough to provide cushion, especially for the front, so you don't feel like you're right up, right in your face on the street, which I think is a good idea. And I think specific to this site, I just did not get a sense that there was a severe loom issue, particularly given adjacencies. I just didn't get a sense that was I can see how it can be an issue. I didn't get a sense it was a major issue for this site. So I'm prepared to live with it.
Yeah, I'm go ahead.
Can you guys hear? Okay, I'm having so many problems with my audio here, but I think this is a much better building than the other one. Not that they're necessarily have to trade one against the other, but this is a building where the plan works. You can see the confidence that they didn't have this one was designed. And I would certainly go forward with approving this one, but does that then, Sarah, set a precedent for the other?
No, I mean, each lot is individual.
In terms of height?
No, in terms of height, you know, if you feel topographically that, you know, in the back, 40 feet is too tall or 39 feet is too tall, but in the front, you feel that 37 is okay. Like they are different lots. They're not the same. There isn't, you know, we talk a lot about precedent and now's not the time to get into a deep legal discussion, but our town attorneys have told me before that commission decisions are not tied necessarily to precedent, especially with a special permit. You have discretion and a clean slate in theory every single time you look at a special permit.
I think again, going back to the findings of the size and the proposed structure will be in harmony with existing development of the zone. I kind of echo Commissioner Chris, Commissioner Swerdlow, that if you look at the neighbors, they are further away from their buildings and they are generally taller buildings. And so I think to that respect, it is in more harmony than say 14 when your neighbor behind you is much lower and you'll have a taller building there.
I think it's Commissioner Chris. I think it's also better to have a larger building in the interior lot than the front lot, simply because, I mean, Richmond Hill is a very prominent street. You have new sidewalks, you have, you know, children in buggies, you have a lot of vehicular traffic. And so having a bigger house up front on the street, I think is really more of an imposition than one is interior, where you really can't see most of it because it's blocked by the house in front. So the back taller house better than the front taller house, in my opinion.
Okay. So I don't hear you arguing for a lower height.
I'm
on either.
okay with the heights.
Okay.
I'm okay with the heights, and I think the possibility of arguing to lower the height of the interior one because it's hidden away, I think the visual impact of that is reduced, particularly from the streetscape, which is something I'm sensitive to.
Okay.
So are people ready to vote on 20?
Yeah. Does
or-
anybody want to make a motion? I'm hearing contradictory things here, so I don't know which way this is going. But why don't we put something out there and see if we can get it done?
I'll make a motion on 20 to approve in that it meets all of the findings under the special permit 5.4.c.
And the effective date would be July 8th for the special permit.
Okay. Do I have? a
Commissioner
second?
Chris, I'll second.
Knowles, Chris. All right, let me take the vote. Mr. Benton,
Yes.
Mr. Knag. You still with us?
Yes.
Mr. Knowles,
Yes.
Mr. Chris,
Yes.
Ms. Nielsen's yes, Mr. Radman's recused, Mr. Swerdlow,
Yes.
Mr. Pratt.
Yes.
All right, so we've approved 20 Richmond Hill, and let's go back to 14. Do I have a motion there?
I would make a motion to approve upon condition that the total building height be no taller than 35 feet.
So just so everyone's clear with Robert's Rules of Order and voting on this, if you deny his motion, the application is denied. So if you disagree with the condition, and the majority of you disagree with the condition, but not the application as a whole, no one should second the motion.
Well, that's confusing. Okay.
So very confusing.
At 11:38. No, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Does everyone else understand what Sarah's saying? If you want to see this application approved, but you do not like Mr. Knowles' motion or condition to lower the building height, then we should not second this right now. So I guess the question is, does anyone want to second this? So if there's no second, then,
I just want to make sure I understand this SCT question.
right?
If we take the motion and second it, and we all vote yes,
passes.
Passes with the condition of
feet.
35 feet.
Right.
If they come back to Sarah with a design that we all think looks good, everything's good. If it comes back and it does not, based on the 35 feet, what happens? You bring it back to us?
If it doesn't look
Because we're not.
Well, so I
approving
mean,
that
I
to
guess that's the
design.
thing. If you want to go down the 35-foot rule, do you want a condition that it comes back to you regardless, or do you want at the discretion of me to decide if it looks good
Discretion
or
of you.
not? Okay.
Interesting.
Are you good with that?
Discretion of you. You
I
got
mean,
it.
I'm just gonna give you guys full disclosure, not that I want to add more work, but I liked this design. So like, I'm not trying to, lie about anything like that, but I had no objection to this design as is. So I'm not.
Sarah, when you say this design, can you be more specific?
So I mean, as proposed for 14 Richmond Hill, I did not object, nor am I concerned about the 40-foot loom. So I just want to be clear that, if you're bringing it back to me under my discretion of whether I think this new one is acceptable or not, I just want to be clear that I did not oppose to this current design, just for complete transparency.
Okay, but when you use the word design, that's why I asked you to clarify. Design encompasses many different components of this building. Height is just one of them. I agree with you very much about the 40-foot height, but I disagree with everything else about the building. It just doesn't work. There's no way they're going to be able to accomplish building this building in that footprint the way it is now, nor will they be able to modify it, in my opinion. So I disagree with the design in total, other than the height of it.
I mean, I guess I'm talking about, because I think the height and the loom at the end of the day goes to aesthetics and perception from other property lines. And so
It's totally relative.
what I'm saying with the other commissioners, I think the concern about why 35 feet is being lowered, and I'm not talking about to the actual feasibility of these units being designed as proposed, like you're discussing, Commissioner Swerdlow.
So we only want to second this if we all kind of support 35.
Right. So back to the motion at hand and the complication that Sarah threw in. If we second this motion and it doesn't pass, then this application is
It's
denied,
denied, yeah.
which means they'd have
I
to.
don't understand that. Can you explain, if you have a motion that's made and it doesn't pass, why can't someone come back and propose a different motion, and then let's suppose a different motion had no conditions or different conditions? Why wouldn't the second motion apply, since the first motion failed?
In my review of Connecticut case law and in speaking with town attorneys, courts in the past have ruled that if a commission denies a motion in the affirmative.
Can I remove my motion?
Yeah, you can amend your motion.
And then can I move to, basically, how do we vote on the amendment only?
I would just amend your motion to approve. Like to just approve.
But again, the motion has the condition attached. Can we simply vote on the condition in and of itself? And then if the condition gets denied, then you basically call it again, without the condition.
Sure. So Commissioner
We
Nielsen.
could have a informal discussion where
Can I
each of
finish,
us.
please?
Sorry.
Mr. Knag, let's hear from the planner.
So as chair right now, Commissioner Nielsen, you could say that there have been no seconds, so the motion has failed.
Okay.
And then you could recommend, let's have a straw poll on the condition.
Okay. Sounds like there are no seconds on this motion, so it has failed. Let's do a straw poll on whether people are amenable to a condition to lower the building height of 14 Richmond Hill, total building height to 35 feet. Who's in favor of this? So it looks like
What is it on?
3. I don't see Knag or Swerdlow's hands up.
Yeah, I don't favor the condition.
Okay.
My hand is down.
Okay.
Actually folded.
All right, so it doesn't look like a motion with a condition of 35 feet total building height would pass. So do I have anyone who wants to try a different motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
With an effective date of July 8th.
An effective date of July 8th. And does anybody want to second that motion?
I will second it.
Okay, Mr. Pratt has seconded it. Let's take a vote on this motion. So this is an approval for 14 Richmond Hill without any conditions. Mr. Benton. Sorry, your last name starts with B.
No.
Okay, Mr. Knag. Mr. Knag, would you like to vote on your motion?
Yes, I vote yes.
Mr. Knowles,
No.
Mr. Chris,
Yes.
Ms. Nielsen, I'll vote no. Mr. Radman's recused, Mr. Swerdlow,
No.
Mr. Pratt.
Yes.
All right, so that was
That's 3-4, no.
Right.
So application denied.
applications denied. That's that then.
Was it denied? I mean,
It's,
so it's denied, no resubmission? Because the regulation is you don't hear a new application for a year.
so can we put,
I mean, I
I
guess,
mean, we didn't put a
yeah.
condition on it, so I don't.
I mean, was that without prejudice? Without
My
prejudice,
comment
those
was
that,
without
yeah.
prejudice. Remember earlier that if they wish to resubmit,
Okay, I mean, but I don't understand how that works because that wasn't the motion on the hand.
Yeah,
But I mean,
I guess the commission could elect to not enforce the regulation on the 1 year if they felt compelled to hear the application again.
right, I mean, I think if we had moved to deny, we could have made a
Yeah.
condition of no prejudice, but it wasn't a move to deny.
I'm just trying to think like tomorrow when they call me. Can they,
Right, right. So
you know,
yes, I think
resubmit?
we could choose to not enforce the regulations in this situation.
Well, could we pass a motion that says that we're going to allow them to resubmit?
I don't think it's necessary. I think
Okay.
it's clear.
Okay. Clear as mud. What else is on the agenda, Sarah? Item 11.
Minutes.
Oh, I'll let Mr. Rodman take over.
Anyone have any questions or comments on the minutes?
No.
sir.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Show of hands for approval of minutes. Approved. Meeting is adjourned.